I need to come on right now and share this message because my guides have been absolutely persistent about getting this out to someone specific who needs to hear this. The energy around this message is so strong. I literally felt chills all over my body when they first showed me what's happening. Showed me I'm being drawn to speak to a divine feminine who has been going through this amazing transformation lately. You've been doing this deep inner work, really focusing on yourself. And the change in you is so visible that people are noticing. My guides are showing me that you've been getting these little signs of recognition, maybe compliments about how you're glowing, or people telling you there's something different about you. Some of you might have even had recent success at work or received praise you weren't expecting. But here's what Spirit is really emphasizing right now. While you've been on this journey of stepping into your power, there's someone who has been watching your transformation from the shadows. I keep seeing this image of someone looking through a window, and the energy I'm getting from them is this mix of regret and amazement. They're seeing you shine in a way they never expected, and it's really affecting them. What's really interesting is that I'm sensing this person might have taken you for granted before. They thought they knew who you were. They had you figured out. But now they're seeing this whole new side of you, and it's making them question everything. The guides are showing me that your growth is actually triggering something deep within them. This realization that they might have let something really precious slip through their fingers. I'm getting such strong energy around this situation because there's this sense of panic coming from this person. It's like they're suddenly realizing that while they were stuck in their old patterns, or maybe even their ego, you were quietly building yourself up, healing, and becoming this incredible force. They're frantically trying to figure out how to get back to you, but the power dynamic has completely shifted. What's really crucial about this message, and Spirit is being very clear about this, is that you're at this pivotal point in your journey. I'm seeing this divine light just pouring down over you, and your guides want you to be aware of what's coming. You're at this pivotal point because the high priestess energy is all around you right now. I'm seeing this deep blue light, almost like moonlight, surrounding your aura. This is such powerful confirmation that you've truly stepped into your intuitive gifts. The high priestess doesn't just show up for anyone. She appears when someone has done the real inner work, when they've really learned to trust their gut feelings and inner knowing. What's fascinating is how this connects to the previous cards we saw. Remember that Six of Wands energy we pulled earlier? That victory, that recognition you've been receiving? Well, the High Priestess is showing me that it's not just about external success. It's about this profound inner knowing you've developed. You've become so much wiser about who you are and what you deserve. I'm actually getting goosebumps right now because I can feel how strong your energy has become. The spirit guides are really emphasizing something important here. They're showing me how this person who's been watching you is actually struggling with this new version of you. See, when we had the Hermit card earlier, it showed all that inner work you did in silence. But now with the High Priestess here, it's like your silence has become your power. You don't need to explain yourself anymore. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. And that's what's driving this person crazy. They keep trying to figure you out, but they can't. Because while they were underestimating you, you were connecting with your higher self. I keep hearing this message. What they thought was your weakness has become your superpower. Your intuition, your sensitivity, the parts of you they might have dismissed before, these are now your greatest strengths. The energy I'm getting from this high priestess is so interesting because she's showing me that you've been having these moments lately where you just know things without anyone telling you. Maybe you've been thinking of someone and they suddenly message you, or you've been getting these strong feelings about situations that turn out to be right. This isn't just coincidence. This is your intuition getting stronger. I'm also seeing that some of you have been giving advice to others lately, maybe friends or family coming to you for guidance. People are starting to notice this wisdom in you, this calm knowing. And what's really powerful is that you're not doing this for show. It's just naturally flowing from all the inner work you've done. The person watching you, they're seeing all of this too, and it's making them question everything they thought they knew about you. The high priestess energy is showing me that they're going to try to understand you using their old methods, their old way of thinking, but they can't. Because you're not operating on that level anymore. You've risen above the games, above the drama. You're in this beautiful space of just knowing who you are and standing in your truth. And that's exactly what's being highlighted now as I'm drawn to pull the star card. There's something so profound happening here. This beautiful healing energy is radiating from you in ways you might not even realize. I'm seeing this light, almost like starlight, just flowing through your entire aura. It's like all those tears you cried in private, all those moments of doubt, they've transformed into this incredible inner glow that everyone can see now. You know what's really interesting? The star is showing up right after we talked about your intuitive powers growing, and it's confirming something major. While you've been focused on healing yourself, on finding your inner peace, there's been this ripple effect happening around you. I'm strongly feeling that the person who's been watching you from the shadows, they're completely mesmerized by this change in you. But here's the thing, they're not just seeing the outer changes. The star is showing me they're witnessing something much deeper. I keep hearing this message so clearly. They never expected you to become your own light. See, when they knew you before, maybe they thought they were your source of light, your source of happiness. But now you're literally glowing from within, and it's throwing them completely off balance. The star card is showing me these moments where they're literally stopping in their tracks when they see pictures of you or hear about you from others. There's this energy of them thinking, is this really the same person? What's really powerful is how this connects to that 8 of Cups energy we saw earlier. You know, that moment when you walked away. At the time, they might have thought you were just taking a temporary break or playing some kind of game. But the star is showing me that walking away was actually the beginning of your rebirth. You weren't just leaving them. You were walking towards yourself, towards your true power. I'm getting such strong messages about validation right now. Some of you have been noticing people treating you differently lately. Maybe you're getting more compliments about your energy, or people are naturally drawn to ask for your advice. The star is showing me that this isn't just random. It's a direct reflection of your inner healing being mirrored back to you by the universe. What's really fascinating is how this person who's watching you, they're actually learning from your example without you even trying to teach them. The star card is showing me that your healing journey is actually triggering their own awakening. But here's the thing, and the guides are being really clear about this. You didn't do this for them. You did this for you. Your growth wasn't about proving them wrong. It was about proving yourself right. There's something else coming through so strongly, this sense that you're starting to naturally step into leadership roles, even if you're not actively seeking them. People are noticing your wisdom, your calm strength. The star's energy is showing me that you become this sort of quiet beacon for others, especially in situations where people need hope or guidance. And the ironic part, this natural leadership, this quiet confidence, it's exactly what this person who's watching you always doubted you could achieve. And this confidence you've developed, it's actually making them question everything about their own success right now. As the Six of Wands energy flows into what I'm seeing with this King of Pentacles showing up, there's something really interesting happening here. You see, while you've been on this incredible journey of self-discovery, they've been sitting in this King of Pentacles energy, focused on their material world, their achievements, their status. But something shifted. I keep hearing this message so clearly. Empty gold weighs heavy. It's like they're surrounded by all these things they thought would make them happy, all these achievements they believed would fill the void, but something's missing. And that's something, it's you. They're looking at their success, their stability, everything they've built, and it just doesn't feel the same anymore because they can't share it with you. You know what's really fascinating? While they were focusing on building their empire, thinking you'd always be there waiting, you were quietly building something much more valuable, your relationship with yourself. The King of Pentacles energy is showing me they truly believed their material success would be enough to keep you in their orbit. They thought, once I achieve this goal or once I reach this level of success, then I'll give the relationship the attention it deserves. But life doesn't work that way, does it? Work that I'm getting such a strong message about how they're watching you now, seeing how naturally you've stepped into your power. It's like they're realizing that while they were counting their coins, you were counting your blessings. While they were building walls with their success, you were breaking down walls within yourself. And now they're sitting there with all their achievements, but they can't stop thinking about the authentic connection they lost. There's this really powerful validation coming through. Some of you have recently discovered talents or abilities you didn't even know you had. Maybe you've found yourself giving advice to others and people are actually listening. You might have noticed more career opportunities coming your way or people seeking you out for your wisdom. It's like the universe is confirming that you're exactly where you need to be. The King of Pentacles is showing me something really specific about their energy right now. They're in this place where they keep trying to focus on work, on their material success, but they can't shake this feeling that something's off. I'm seeing them scrolling through social media, looking at your posts, noticing how different you seem. But it's not just your appearance. It's your energy, your confidence, the way you carry yourself now. What's really interesting is how the power dynamic has completely shifted. Before, they might have thought they held all the cards because of their position or success. But now they're realizing that true power isn't about what you have. It's about who you've become. And watching your transformation, seeing how you've grown without them, it's making them question everything they thought they knew about success and happiness. They're starting to understand that while they were building their kingdom, you were building your empire. But yours is built on something much more valuable than gold. It's built on self-worth, on inner knowing, on that beautiful star energy we saw earlier. And that's something they can't compete with, something they can't buy or achieve through external success. And now as I sit with this energy, as I look at how they're processing your growth, the Queen of Cups energy is coming in so strongly. There's something really beautiful happening in your energy field right now. You see, while they were watching you from the shadows, thinking about all their material success, you were doing something much more powerful. You were developing this incredible emotional wisdom. I'm feeling such a strong message about the dreams you've been having lately. Some of you have been waking up with these really clear insights, maybe even seeing situations from your past in a completely new light. The Queen of Cups is showing me that you've developed this amazing ability to understand not just your own emotions, but the emotions of others too. It's like you've become this emotional alchemist, able to turn even the hardest experiences into wisdom. You know what's really interesting? I'm seeing how people have started coming to you for advice, maybe even catching you off guard with how much they trust your insight. It's like they can sense this new depth in you. And what's beautiful is that you're not even trying. It's just flowing naturally from all the inner work you've been doing. The Queen of Cups is showing me something really specific about your transformation. Remember how the Hermit energy we saw earlier was about that solo journey? Well, now it's evolved into something even more powerful. You're not just wise, you're emotionally wise. And there's a huge difference. Anyone can give advice, but you've developed this ability to really see beneath the surface of things. I'm getting such a clear message about boundaries too, because here's the thing. With this new wisdom you've developed, people are going to be drawn to your energy more and more. But the Queen of Cups knows how to hold space for others while still protecting her own energy. She knows when to pour from her cup and when to refill it. What's really fascinating is how this connects to your intuition. I'm seeing moments where you've just known things without knowing how you knew them. Maybe you've had gut feelings about situations that turned out to be spot on, or you've been able to see through people's words to what they're really feeling. This isn't just coincidence. It's your intuition getting stronger because you've finally given it space to breathe. The Queen of Cups is also showing me something about peace. There are situations in your life now that used to throw you into emotional chaos, but they just don't have that power anymore. It's not that you've become cold or unfeeling. Quite the opposite. You've developed this beautiful ability to feel deeply while staying grounded in your own truth. You know what's really powerful? While others might be noticing your external changes, how you carry yourself, how you speak, how you move through the world, the real transformation has been internal. It's like you've developed this inner compass that's so strong, so reliable, that external validation just doesn't hold the same weight anymore. And what's really beautiful about this emotional mastery you've developed is how it's starting to create real, tangible changes in your material world. The Ten of Pentacles just fell out of the deck, and wow, this is such powerful confirmation of what I've been sensing. You're not just healing emotionally anymore. You're actually building something lasting, something that future generations could benefit from. I keep hearing this message. What they thought was wasted time was actually foundation building. You see, while they were watching you do this inner work, maybe even judging your process, thinking you were just stuck or not moving forward, you were actually laying the groundwork for something really significant. The Ten of Pentacles is showing me that all those quiet moments of healing, all those times you chose yourself, they weren't just about feeling better. They were about building something stable and long-lasting. I'm seeing some of you getting unexpected recognition at work. Others might be noticing opportunities coming up that you weren't even looking for. It's like the universe is saying, hey, we see how much work you've been doing on yourself, and now it's time for the material world to reflect that growth. Some of you might have even had people from your past suddenly reaching out, curious about what you're doing, how you've created this stability in your life. What's really interesting is how this connects back to the High Priestess energy we saw earlier. Your intuition wasn't just guiding you through emotional healing. It was actually leading you toward material abundance too. I'm seeing some of you making decisions that maybe didn't make logical sense to others at the time, but you just knew in your gut they were right. And now those decisions are starting to bear fruit. You know what's fascinating? The Ten of Pentacles is showing me that some of you are naturally starting to become teachers or guides for others, especially when it comes to building stability. People are starting to ask you how you did it, how you managed to create this solid foundation for yourself. And the beautiful thing is you're not even trying to be a teacher. It's just happening naturally because of the work you've done. I'm getting such a strong message about keeping things quiet right now. The same way you did your emotional healing without announcing it to the world, Spirit wants you to build this empire quietly too. Your success, your achievements, they're going to speak louder than any words could. Some of you have been feeling this urge to document your journey, maybe in a private journal or through photos, and Spirit is really encouraging that. The energy around you right now is so grounded, so secure. It's like you found this perfect balance between your emotional wisdom and material success. And what's really powerful is that this isn't just temporary success. The Ten of Pentacles is about creating something that lasts, something that could become a legacy. But remember, just like your emotional healing was a process, building this material foundation is a journey too. Trust the timing of how things are unfolding. And speaking of this journey you're on, Divine Feminine, I need to tell you what I'm seeing so clearly right now. The Tower just came forward with such intense energy, and honestly, it took my breath away for a moment. This isn't about destruction in your world, though. No, this Tower moment is happening in their space, in their reality. While you've been quietly building your empire, they've been living in this false tower of ego, thinking they had it all figured out. You see, there's this really interesting contrast happening. You've been doing all this beautiful work we talked about with the High Priestess energy, trusting your gut, following your intuition. The Six of Wands showed us how people are starting to notice your glow up, your victories. That King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier. That's you building your kingdom, steady and strong. But here's what's really fascinating. While all this has been happening, they've been watching. Not just casual glancing, but really watching. I'm getting this really strong message about social media. Some of you might have noticed an increase in profile views, or maybe mutual friends have been dropping little hints that this person has been asking about you. Spirit is showing me someone literally scrolling through your photos late at night, trying to piece together how you've changed so much. It's almost obsessive energy, if I'm being completely honest. The tower in this position of hidden truth, it's showing me their internal panic. You know that feeling when you realize you've made a huge mistake, but it's too late. That's what they're going through right now. Every time they see you succeed, every time they hear about your achievements, it's like another brick falling from their tower of illusions. They thought they had all the power in the dynamic, but now they're the ones hiding in the shadows, watching your light shine brighter and brighter. I'm hearing this message so clearly. What they saw as weakness was actually metamorphosis. While they thought you were just sitting still, waiting, you were actually transforming. Some of you might have recently had people commenting on your glow or asking what's different about you. That's no coincidence. It's the physical manifestation of all this inner work you've been doing. You know what's really powerful? The way people are naturally starting to come to you for advice now. It's like they can sense this wisdom you've developed, but Spirit is being very clear about something. You need to be selective about where you share this energy. Not everyone deserves access to your transformation story. Some of you might be feeling watched in public spaces lately, and that's actually a validation. Their energy is literally seeking you out. Remember, their regret isn't your responsibility. Some of you might be picking up on their desperate energy, maybe even feeling them trying to energetically reach out. But Spirit wants you to stay focused on this beautiful empire you're building. This tower moment they're experiencing, that's their lesson to learn, not your burden to carry. And you know what's really fascinating about this whole situation? As they're going through this tower moment, your energy is radiating on a completely different frequency. The 9 of Pentacles just came forward, and wow, this is such a confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card shows someone who's truly come into their own, who's created this beautiful garden of abundance all by themselves. But it's not just about material success. It's about this deep inner knowing, this confidence that comes from really owning who you are. I'm getting such a strong message about your empathic abilities right now. Many of you have probably been feeling these weird sensations lately, like you just know when someone's thinking about you. Maybe you're getting goosebumps at random times, or you're suddenly thinking about certain people right before they reach out. That's not a coincidence. Your intuitive gifts are getting stronger. The high priestess energy we saw earlier, it's like it's been amplified times 10. Spirit is showing me this really clear image of someone watching you through a window, but they can't quite reach you. It's like they're seeing you tend to your own garden, nurturing your dreams, and they're realizing that the very things they used to criticize about you, your sensitivity, your emotional depth, your intuitive nature, these are actually your superpowers. You know that feeling when you just know something without anyone telling you, when you can feel the truth behind someone's words. That's your gift, and it's getting stronger every day. I keep seeing this number sequence 8 and 18 popping up. If you've been seeing this number, it's a huge validation. It's about abundance coming your way, but not just money. We're talking about emotional abundance, spiritual abundance, the kind of richness that comes from truly knowing and loving yourself. Some of you might have been having these really vivid dreams lately where you wake up and just know something about a situation or person. Trust those insights. Your subconscious is working overtime to help you understand the bigger picture. And here's what's really interesting. While you're developing these gifts, the person we're talking about, they can feel it. They might not understand what's happening, but they can sense that you're operating on a whole different level now. You know what's really powerful about this 9 of Pentacles energy? It's showing me that you're no longer waiting for anyone's approval or validation. Remember how you used to maybe doubt your intuition or question whether you were being too sensitive? Now you're realizing that your sensitivity is actually your strength. It's like you've built this beautiful protective garden around yourself, but instead of walls, it's filled with everything that helps you thrive. Some of you might be feeling called to share your wisdom with others lately, maybe even in unexpected ways. People might be coming to you for advice more often, or you might find yourself saying exactly what someone needs to hear without even thinking about it. That's your enhanced intuition at work. But Spirit wants me to remind you, you don't need to share your gifts with everyone. It's okay to be selective about who gets access to your energy. I'm getting this really clear message about boundaries too. Just because you can feel their regret, their longing, their realization about what they lost doesn't mean you need to do anything about it. Your empathy might be picking up on their emotional turmoil, but that's their journey to walk. Your job right now is to keep nurturing your own garden, keep trusting those intuitive hits, and keep allowing your authentic power to shine. And you know what's really interesting about this whole journey you're on? As I was sitting with that energy of your garden and your boundaries, the Hierophant literally just jumped out of the deck. This is such a powerful shift. You're not just growing personally anymore. You're becoming this beacon of wisdom for others, even if you don't realize it yet. I keep getting this image of people watching you from afar, maybe through social media or mutual friends, and they're completely amazed by your transformation. But it's not just about how you look or what you're achieving. It's this deep wisdom you're carrying now. You know those moments when you say something casual, but everyone stops and gets quiet because it just hits so deep? That's the Hierophant energy working through you. Spirit is showing me how some of you are getting random messages from people asking for advice. Maybe old friends, coworkers, even people you haven't talked to in ages. They're drawn to this new energy you're carrying. It's like you've become this walking lighthouse. People who are lost can sense your light from miles away. But here's the thing. You're not trying to be a teacher. You're just living your truth. And that alone is teaching others so much. I'm seeing someone specifically who used to dismiss your insights or make fun of your spiritual side. Now they're watching you from the shadows, and everything you said that they laughed at, it's all coming true. They're seeing how you knew things they couldn't understand back then. The tower moment they're experiencing isn't just about losing you. It's about realizing you had this deep wisdom all along. Some of you might be feeling a bit uncomfortable with all the attention. Maybe you've noticed more people staring at you in public, or your social media posts are getting more engagement than usual. That's because your energy is literally magnetic right now. The high priestess energy we saw earlier, combined with this Hierophant energy, it's like you've stepped into this role of the wounded healer. You've been through it, and now you're unconsciously showing others the way. I am also getting this strong message about dreams. You might be having these super vivid dreams where you're teaching or helping people, or maybe you're dreaming about past situations, but now you can see them from this higher perspective. That's your subconscious processing this transformation from student to teacher. But Spirit wants me to be really clear about something. This new role doesn't mean you have to help everyone who comes knocking. I'm seeing some people from your past trying to come back, acting like they want guidance, but really they're just trying to get close to you again. Trust your gut about who deserves access to your wisdom. That 9 of Pentacles energy is reminding you that you've worked too hard on your garden to let anyone come in and trample your flowers. You might notice that when you do share your wisdom, it comes out so naturally, like you're channeling something bigger than yourself. That's because you are. Your experiences, your healing journey, your growth, it's all becoming this beautiful lesson for others. But remember, the best teachers don't go looking for students. They just embody their truth. And the right people find their way to them when they're ready. And you know what's really fascinating about this wisdom you're carrying now? As I'm sitting with this energy, I'm being called to pull another card because Spirit is showing me there's someone specific watching your transformation unfold. The 10 of Wands just flew out, and wow. This tells us everything about their current energy. They are absolutely struggling under the weight of their regret right now. They're carrying this massive burden of all their past choices, all the times they took you for granted. Looking at this 10 of Wands next to the High Priestess we pulled earlier, I'm getting such a clear picture. While you've been developing this amazing intuitive wisdom, growing into your power, they've been watching. And every single step you take forward adds another heavy stick to their burden. They're realizing that all those things you tried to tell them before, all those intuitive hits you had about situations, you were right all along. I'm feeling this intense anxiety coming from their energy. You know that feeling when you know you've messed up big time, but now it's too late to fix it? That's exactly where they're sitting. The 8 of Cups energy we saw earlier, that was you walking away, choosing yourself, starting this amazing transformation journey. But for them, that walk away moment was just the beginning of their tower moment, and they're still feeling the aftershocks. I keep seeing this image of someone frantically checking their phone, maybe looking at your social media, asking mutual friends about you. They're getting these little glimpses of your glow up, and each time they see how well you're doing without them, it's like another brick falling from their tower. Some of you might be feeling this, like you can sense someone's eyes on you, or maybe you're getting more profile views than usual. That's them watching from the shadows. You know what's really interesting? Some of you have been feeling this weird sense of peace lately, especially about situations that used to really upset you. Maybe you've had people telling you, there's something different about you, or you seem so much lighter. That's because while they're carrying this 10 of Wands energy, all this heaviness and regret, You've been doing the work. You've been healing, growing, glowing up. I'm getting this strong message that your silence has been the loudest teacher for them. Remember how the high priestess sits in her power quietly. That's you right now. You're not posting for their attention. You're not trying to prove anything. You're just living your life, embracing your divine feminine energy. And that natural confidence is driving them crazy. They're watching you become this incredible, wise, powerful version of yourself, the version they always took for granted. And now they're realizing what they lost. Spirit is showing me that for some of you, you've been getting these random urges to clean your space, organize your life, maybe even change your style. It's like you're subconsciously making room for this new energy, this evolved version of yourself. Meanwhile, they're stuck in this 10 of Wands energy, carrying the weight of every time they underestimated you, every time they dismissed your intuition, every time they chose not to see your worth. And you know what's really powerful about this whole situation? I need to pull another card because Spirit is really pushing me to show you something important about your energy right now. The Queen of Swords just came forward, and this is absolutely perfect timing because it shows exactly how you've evolved through all of this healing work you've been doing. This queen, she sits on her throne with such clarity, such wisdom, and that's exactly where you are now. When I look at this Queen of Swords sitting next to the Hermit energy we saw earlier, it's like watching your whole journey unfold. Remember how the Hermit showed you stepping back, doing that deep inner work? Well, now you've emerged with this amazing gift, the ability to see right through any mind games, any manipulation. It's like you've developed this spiritual X-ray vision, and believe me, they can feel it. I'm getting such a strong message about your silence right now. You know how some people say silence is golden? Well, your silence right now is literally pure platinum. You're not posting dramatic messages. You're not trying to prove anything to anyone. You're just existing in your truth, and it's making them so uncomfortable. They're used to the old you, the one who might have tried to explain, to convince, to make them understand. But this new you just know your worth, and you don't need to defend it. Looking at how this Queen of Swords energy mixes with that Queen of Cups we pulled earlier. Wow, this is such a powerful combination. You've managed to balance your emotional wisdom with this razor sharp clarity. I'm hearing that some of you have been having these moments lately where you suddenly understand situations from your past with perfect clarity, like puzzle pieces just clicking into place. That's this Queen of Swords energy working with your intuition. The Eight of Cups energy we saw before shows how you walked away, but now I'm seeing how that journey has transformed into something so much more powerful. It's like every step you took away from what wasn't serving you has turned into a step toward your authentic truth. Some of you might have been feeling this lately, like you can spot insincerity from a mile away now. Maybe you've even surprised yourself with how easily you can set boundaries now, where before you might have struggled. I'm getting this really clear message about dreams too. Some of you have been having these super vivid dreams lately, maybe even dreams about past situations, but seeing them from a totally new perspective. That's your subconscious mind working with this Queen of Swords energy, helping you cut through any remaining fog about the past. They're showing me this image of someone trying to reach out to you, but it's like they're hitting this invisible wall. That's your new boundaries in action. You've created this beautiful, strong energy field around yourself, and they can feel it. Every time they think about coming back with the same old stories, the same old excuses, they can sense that it just won't work anymore. You're vibrating at a completely different frequency now. Spirit is really emphasizing how this transformation isn't just about getting stronger, it's about getting wiser. Some of you might have noticed you're becoming the person others come to for advice, especially about relationships or setting boundaries. That's because you've turned your wounds into wisdom, and people can sense that healing energy around you. And speaking of that healing energy around you, I need to pull another card because Spirit is really highlighting something important about your current path. The Knight of Pentacles has just emerged, and wow, this is such perfect confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This Knight shows up when we're making real, tangible progress in our lives, even if it doesn't feel dramatic or showy. You know what's really interesting? This Knight of Pentacles appearing right after that Queen of Swords. We just saw it's showing me how your inner transformation is starting to create real changes in your outer world. I'm getting this really clear message that while you've been quietly working on yourself, staying in your own lane, focusing on your growth, there's been someone watching your progress from the shadows. They're seeing how you're building something real and lasting for yourself. Spirit is showing me this image of someone looking at your social media or maybe just hearing about you through mutual friends, and they're absolutely stunned by your transformation. But here's what's really key. They're not just seeing the surface level changes. The Knight of Pentacles energy shows that they're noticing how grounded you've become, how sure of yourself you are now. It's like they're thinking, wow, they really did that. They really built themselves up without me. I'm feeling such a strong energy of regret coming through. It's like they're finally realizing what they walked away from or what they pushed away with their actions. Some of you might be feeling this in your dreams lately. Maybe you've been having these really vivid dreams about this person, or you keep seeing signs that remind you of them. That's because energetically, they're really focused on you right now. But here's what's so beautiful about where you are now. You're not waiting around for anyone's recognition. This Knight of Pentacles energy shows you're too busy building your empire, focusing on your goals, creating stability in your life. Some of you might have noticed you're getting better opportunities at work, or maybe you're feeling called to start your own business. That's this Knight's energy supporting your practical progress. I'm getting this message about your energy signature. It's completely different now. It's like you've upgraded your entire energetic system, where before there might have been uncertainty or people-pleasing tendencies. Now there's this solid, grounded confidence. You're not trying to prove anything to anyone. You're just quietly excelling, and that's driving them crazy. Some of you might have noticed you're getting more random messages lately from people from your past, not just this specific person we're talking about. That's because your energy is so magnetic now. You're literally glowing from the inside out. But what's really powerful is how you're handling these connections. You're not jumping at every message or opportunity. You're taking your time, really feeling into what deserves your energy. The cards are showing me that this steady, grounded approach you're taking, it's exactly what you need right now while they're in this energy of frantically trying to figure out how to get back into your life. You're just continuing to elevate, continuing to grow. And that's exactly where you need to stay focused. And you know what's really fascinating about this energy of you building yourself up? I just got such a strong hit to pull another card, and the Emperor has shown up in the shadow position. This is so telling about what's happening with this person who's been watching your glow up from afar. They're really struggling right now because they're used to being the one in control, used to calling the shots, but your growth has completely shifted the power dynamic. This ties in so perfectly with that high priestess energy we saw earlier. While they're over there trying to maintain this facade of control, you're just naturally stepping into your power. It's like you're not even trying to be influential or powerful. You're just becoming it naturally through your healing journey. I'm seeing how that star energy we talked about before is literally making you shine brighter every day, and it's making them feel so powerless. You know what's really interesting? I'm getting this really clear message that some of you have been noticing more people coming to you for advice lately. Maybe at work, or even just friends and family members seeking your wisdom. You're not actively trying to be this wise counsel. It's just happening naturally. That's your high priestess energy really blooming. You've gained so much wisdom through your healing journey. Remember that Eight of Cups energy we saw earlier, that choice you made to walk away, whether it was physically walking away or just emotionally detaching, it's created these huge ripple effects that you might not even be fully aware of yet. I'm being shown this image of someone pacing back and forth, literally losing sleep over the realization of what they lost. They're watching you become this amazing version of yourself, and they're sitting there thinking, I could have been part of that journey. Some of you might be noticing more synchronicities lately, especially repeating numbers. Spirit is saying that's confirmation you're on the right path. And your dreams, they're probably becoming more vivid, more prophetic. That's because your intuitive gifts are really opening up now. You're becoming this natural leader, this wise woman, without even trying to be. I'm feeling such a strong message coming through about maintaining your boundaries right now, because as your energy continues to elevate, more people are going to be drawn to you, including this person who's watching from the shadows. They're going to try to find ways to get close to you again, but Spirit is really emphasizing the importance of staying focused on your path. You might be feeling like there are eyes on you lately, maybe when you're out in public, or maybe just energetically. Trust that feeling. Your intuition is getting stronger every day, and these feelings aren't just in your head. This person is really energetically focused on you right now, but you're being guided to just keep doing what you're doing, continuing your growth, documenting your journey privately, and sharing your wisdom selectively. There's this beautiful energy around you now where you don't need to prove anything to anyone. You're just naturally embodying this quiet strength, this deep wisdom. And while they're struggling with their regret and their loss of control, you're being called to simply continue shining your light, helping others when it feels right, and maintaining those strong, healthy boundaries you've worked so hard to build. And the more you keep shining your light and maintaining those boundaries, the more their inner world is being shaken up. Spirit is really emphasizing this right now. I just pulled the Chariot card and wow, the energy shift is so strong. This person who's been watching your transformation from the shadows, they're going through this intense internal battle right now. Part of them wants to rush in and try to reclaim what they think they lost. But another part is finally starting to understand that they never really had control in the first place. You know how sometimes when you're driving, you hit this moment where you have to choose between two paths? That's exactly where they are right now. Their ego is fighting so hard against this wave of genuine remorse that's washing over them. I'm seeing someone literally tossing and turning at night, replaying memories of times they tried to make themselves seem bigger by making you feel smaller. And now they're watching you become this amazing force of nature. And it's driving them crazy that they can't take credit for it or control it. I need to share something really specific that's coming through. Some of you have been feeling watched lately, especially in places you normally go. Maybe at the grocery store or your favorite coffee shop. Trust that feeling. Your intuition is so on point right now. And here's something wild. There's someone close to them, probably a friend or family member, who knows exactly how obsessed they are with your growth, but they're keeping it a secret. This person might even be secretly cheering you on. The Chariot's energy is showing me that they're really struggling with seeing you so emotionally balanced now. Remember that Queen of Cups energy we saw earlier, the way you've mastered your emotions, the way you carry yourself now. It's making all their old manipulation tactics completely useless. It's like trying to use an old key on a lock that's been changed. Nothing they used to do to get under your skin works anymore. I'm getting this really clear vision of them scrolling through social media late at night, or maybe driving by places they think you might be, just trying to catch a glimpse of your new life. And every time they see you or hear about you through mutual friends, it's like a knife twisting in their gut. Because you're not just doing well, you're thriving. You're becoming this beacon of light that other people are naturally drawn to. Their social circle is starting to notice too. I'm seeing conversations where people are questioning their past behavior towards you. Some of these people who used to doubt you or take their side, they're starting to show you a new kind of respect. It might come through as random messages or unexpected support on social media. Some of you might have even noticed old mutual friends suddenly reaching out or liking your posts. This person's whole worldview is being turned upside down because they built so much of their identity around being the one in control, being the one who called the shots. But now they're realizing that while they were playing chess, you were evolving beyond the whole game. Your authenticity, your growth, your inner peace, it's like kryptonite to their ego. They literally don't know how to handle someone they can't manipulate or control. And now I'm seeing this incredible shift happening. The World card just came forward so powerfully, and the energy I'm getting from it is absolutely profound. This isn't just any transformation. This is you completing an entire spiritual cycle. You've literally mastered the lessons that this connection was meant to teach you. I'm seeing this beautiful golden light surrounding you, and it's like you've created this force field of wisdom and strength around yourself. Remember that high priestess energy we were talking about earlier. It's still so present, but now it's evolved into something even more powerful. Your intuition isn't just speaking to you anymore. It's literally singing. Some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately, or maybe you're noticing that you just know things before they happen. That's your divine feminine power fully awakening. I need to pause here because I'm getting such a strong message about numbers. If you've been seeing 1111 or 555 everywhere you go on clocks, receipts, license plates, that's spirit confirming you're exactly where you need to be. This isn't random. This is divine timing at work. The Eight of Cups energy is still lingering from your decision to walk away, but now I'm seeing it differently. It's like that choice to leave created this domino effect that led to your complete transformation. And while you've been doing this beautiful inner work, transforming those past wounds into wisdom, they've been watching, not just casual watching anymore. I'm talking about complete fixation. The Tower card is showing me their perspective so clearly right now. Every time they see how well you're doing, every time they hear about your success through mutual friends or see you glowing in pictures, it's like another piece of their carefully constructed reality comes crashing down. They built this whole narrative about who you were, who they were in relation to you, and now none of it fits anymore. You know what's really interesting? I'm getting that some of you have suddenly found yourselves in this role of giving advice to others. People are coming to you for guidance, aren't they? Maybe friends or even strangers are just opening up to you in unexpected ways. That's because your energy has shifted into this beautiful teacher frequency. You've become this lighthouse of wisdom, and others can sense it. The World card is showing me something else too. There's this sense of peaceful completion around you. Things that used to bother you, maybe even things this person did that used to keep you up at night. They just don't have that same effect anymore. It's like you've risen above it all, and that's exactly what's driving them crazy. Your peace is disrupting their chaos. I'm feeling drawn to remind you that your worth isn't tied to their recognition of it. Even as they're frantically trying to figure out how to get back into your orbit, you're being called to maintain those strong boundaries you've built. Your guides are showing me that this person's regret, while real, is part of their own spiritual journey. They need to sit in that discomfort to learn their own lessons. Your guides want me to emphasize something really important here. This period of growth you've been in hasn't just been about healing. When I look at the Seven of Pentacles that just came forward, I'm seeing this beautiful garden that you've been tending to. Every tear you cried, every moment you chose yourself, every time you stuck to your boundaries, those were all seeds you were planting. And now those seeds are blooming into the most incredible harvest. You know what's fascinating? While you've been focused on this internal garden of yours, not even trying to show off or prove anything to anyone, they've been watching your growth from the shadows. I keep seeing this image of someone looking through a window, seeing this beautiful garden growing and just being completely stunned by what they missed out on. The regret is so heavy in their energy. It's like they're standing there thinking, I had access to this garden and I took it for granted. I trampled on these flowers. The Seven of Pentacles is showing me something really specific about your journey. Some of you might have felt like nothing was happening for a while, like all this inner work wasn't leading anywhere. But that's the thing about spiritual growth. It's like watching a garden grow. You don't see the roots expanding underground. You don't see the stems getting stronger, but one day you look up and everything's in bloom. That's where you are right now. I'm getting such a clear message about divine timing here. Remember how we saw the high priestess earlier, that intuitive knowing you've developed? It's like you've become this walking embodiment of wisdom without even trying. People are starting to notice. They're coming to you for advice, aren't they? Maybe you've had friends randomly reaching out, asking for your perspective on their situations. That's because your energy is literally radiating this healing frequency now. And you know what's really powerful? The Queen of Swords energy we saw earlier is still so present. It's like you've mastered this beautiful balance between being compassionate and maintaining your boundaries. You're not being cold, you're being clear. There's a big difference. I'm hearing they mistake your boundaries for walls, but that's because they don't understand the difference between protection and prison. The Nine of Pentacles keeps showing up in your energy too, and it's telling such a beautiful story. You've created this amazing life for yourself. It might not be perfect, because what is? But it's authentically yours. You're not waiting for anyone to complete your picture anymore. You've learned that you are the masterpiece and the artist. I need to pause here because I'm getting such a strong message about someone specific watching your social media or asking mutual friends about you. They're seeing this glow up, this transformation, and it's triggering something deep within them. But here's what's interesting. They're not just regretting losing you. They're regretting not becoming the person who could have grown with you. That's the real tragedy in their story. They're realizing you weren't just another chapter in their life. You were offering them a chance at their own transformation. And you know what's really powerful about this whole situation? As I'm sitting here with these cards, the King of Pentacles energy is just jumping out at me so strongly. It's like I can literally feel their presence watching you from a distance. They're in this interesting position. They might have all the material success in the world, nice car, good job, stable life, but spiritually, they're feeling so empty watching your transformation. I need to share something that keeps coming through. You know those moments at work, or maybe when you're out running errands, where you get this weird feeling like you're being watched? Your intuition isn't playing tricks on you. The cards are showing me that this person has been keeping tabs on you through professional circles, mutual friends, maybe even just driving by places they think you might be. It's actually kind of fascinating because while they're materially stable with this King of Pentacles energy, they're experiencing their own tower moment internally. Remember that Queen of Swords energy we saw earlier? The way you've maintained those boundaries and really stepped into your power, it's literally driving them crazy. They're used to being the one in control with their King of Pentacles energy. You know, the provider, the stable one, the one who makes all the practical decisions. But now they're watching you create this beautiful, abundant life without them, and it's completely shattering their worldview. I am getting such a strong message about recognition coming your way too. Some of you might be up for a promotion or about to receive some kind of public acknowledgement for your work. And here's the thing. They're going to hear about it. The World card that came through earlier is showing me that you've really completed this massive transformation cycle, and now it's starting to show up in your physical reality. I need to pause because I'm getting this really specific message. Some of you have been randomly getting friend requests or connections from people you haven't heard from in ages. These aren't random. They're being sent to check up on you. Your mutual connections have been talking about how different you seem, how you've got this new energy about you. And the person we're talking about, they're drinking up every word of these updates. The cards are showing me something really important about your next steps. While they're stuck in this King of Pentacles energy, all about the material world but spiritually bankrupt, you're embodying both. You're creating success on all levels. I'm seeing some of you starting businesses, getting certifications, maybe even teaching or mentoring others. You're not just growing spiritually anymore. You're building an empire. But here's what your guides really want you to know. Don't let their watching presence distract you from your path. This tower moment they're experiencing, it's necessary. They need to understand that material success alone isn't enough. When they had their chance with you, they couldn't see past the physical, practical aspects of life. Now they're watching you master both the material and spiritual realms, and it's forcing them to confront everything they thought they knew about success and happiness. The thing is, they're starting to reach this real critical point now with their watching and observing. I just pulled the Two of Swords, and wow, the energy around this card is so intense right now. They're literally stuck between these two choices. Do they keep watching you from afar, maintaining this illusion of control, or do they finally break down and reach out? And I need to tell you something important. For many of you, they've actually tried writing messages to you and then deleted them. The Two of Swords shows this mental battle they're having. Remember that high priestess energy we saw earlier? It's still so prominent in your energy. Your intuition has gotten so sharp that you're probably picking up on their energy before they even make a move. You might be getting these random urges to take a different route, want to work, or suddenly decide to shop at a different store. That's your intuition protecting you, helping you maintain this beautiful boundary you've created. I'm being shown how that Eight of Cups energy, when you decided to walk away, it's still creating these ripple effects. They never expected you to actually leave. They thought you would always be there, waiting in the wings while they did whatever they wanted. But you chose yourself, and that choice, it started this whole chain reaction that we're seeing play out now. You know what's really interesting? Some of you have been getting these weird messages from people you haven't talked to in forever. Maybe old mutual friends suddenly checking in, or random social media connections popping up. Spirit is showing me that these aren't coincidences. These people are often sent to gather information about you, and every little bit of information about how well you're doing, it's like another piece of their tower crumbling down. I need to share something specific that's coming through. Some of you have been feeling this really strong urge to change things up lately. Maybe your hair, your style, your whole image. Spirit is saying this isn't just about looking different. It's about matching your outer appearance to this incredible inner transformation you've been through. And every time they catch a glimpse of the new you, whether in person or through social media, it's like a knife to their ego. Their tower moment keeps getting more intense. You see, while you've been embodying this high priestess energy, really tapping into your intuition, developing your spiritual gifts, they've been stuck in this very material, surface level understanding of life. And watching you become this deeply spiritual, intuitive being while still maintaining your practical success. It's making them question everything they thought they knew about you, about life, about what really matters. The cards are really emphasizing how important it is for you to keep focusing on your path. I know there might be moments where you feel their energy watching you, where you might be tempted to give them a sign that you know they're there. But Spirit is saying so clearly, let them sit in this energy. Let them experience the full weight of their choices. Your job right now is to keep expanding, keep growing, keep embracing this beautiful, intuitive power you've developed. Your growth has been absolutely incredible to witness. I just pulled the 10 of Pentacles, and let me tell you, this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been seeing. This isn't just about money or success, though that's definitely part of it. This is about creating something that lasts, something that changes things, not just for you, but for generations to come. Remember that high priestess energy we were talking about? It's like it's evolved now. You've gone from just understanding your spiritual gifts to actually using them to build real, tangible abundance in your life. I'm getting such a strong message that some of you are finding yourself in positions where people are coming to you for advice, maybe at work, maybe in your personal life. It's like you've become this beacon of wisdom without even trying. The way this 10 of Pentacles is speaking to that 6 of Wands energy from earlier, it's showing me that people are really starting to notice your success, not just small wins, but big, meaningful achievements. Some of you might be getting unexpected promotions or suddenly finding doors opening that were always closed before. And here's the thing, the people from your past, they're watching all of this. They're seeing every post, every update, every little hint of your success. And it's hitting them so differently now. So I need to share something specific that's coming through. For some of you, you've been seeing the numbers 555 or 777 everywhere. These aren't just random numbers. They're divine confirmations that you're on the right path. Your guides are showing me that these numbers often appear right when you're doubting yourself or wondering if you made the right choice by walking away. You know what's really interesting about this 10 of Pentacles appearing right after that Tower energy we saw earlier? While their whole worldview is crumbling, everything they thought they knew about you, about relationships, about what matters in life, you're over here building something rock solid. It's like you're creating this beautiful, stable foundation while they're realizing everything they built was on shaky ground. I'm getting such a strong message about social media right now. Some of you might feel like you're being watched, and trust me, you are. But Spirit is saying this isn't about changing how you show up. It's about continuing to shine your light exactly as you have been. Every post, every story, every little glimpse into your growth is serving a bigger purpose. It's not just about making them regret their choices. It's about showing others what's possible when you choose yourself. Your guides are really emphasizing the importance of documenting your journey right now, even if it's just for yourself. Keep track of these achievements, these moments of growth. Some of you have been thinking about starting a journal or maybe even a blog. That's not a random urge. That's your higher self, knowing that your story is going to be important for others someday. Just remember to share selectively. Not everyone needs to see behind the curtain right now. You know what's really interesting about documenting your journey? I just felt this intense pull to grab another card, and the Five of Cups just came through. This is so powerful because it's showing me exactly what's happening on their end while you're building this amazing life. They are in this energy of deep regret. I mean, they're literally watching you become this incredible force of nature, and they're standing there with their head down, focused on everything they lost. I need to tell you something really specific that's coming through right now. Some of you have been feeling this weird sensation lately, like someone's watching you when you're out in public. Maybe you've been checking your social media and noticed some mystery views, or you've had friends casually mention that someone was asking about you. That's not your imagination. That's exactly what's happening. What's so fascinating about this Five of Cups energy showing up right after we were talking about your High Priestess and Nine of Pentacles journey is the absolute contrast here. While you've been doing this beautiful, quiet work on yourself, becoming more intuitive, more self-sufficient, they've been stuck in this energy of mourning. And here's the thing, they're not just sad about losing you. They're realizing they lost something way deeper. They lost the chance to grow with you, to be part of this incredible transformation you're going through. I'm getting such a strong message about your energy right now. People who knew you before are literally doing double takes when they see you. It's not just about looking different, though some of you have gone through physical transformations too. It's this presence you're carrying now. You're walking around with this quiet confidence that's making people stop and notice. And what's really beautiful is that you're not even trying to get this attention. It's just naturally happening because of all the inner work you've been doing. Some of you have been having these moments lately where you're giving advice to people, maybe at work or with friends, and afterward, you're kind of surprised by your own wisdom. Like, where did that come from? That's your enhanced intuition at work. That High Priestess energy we saw earlier, it's becoming more and more natural to you. You're tapping into this deep well of wisdom that you've always had, but now you're actually trusting it. Your guides are showing me that some of you have been having really vivid dreams lately, especially dreams where you're teaching or helping others. That's not random. It's your higher self preparing you for what's coming. And while all this is happening, while you're literally glowing up spiritually and emotionally, they're watching from the shadows, finally understanding what they walked away from. But here's what's really important, and your guides are being super clear about this. You need to stay focused on your path. I know you can feel their regret. I know some of you can literally sense when they're checking up on you, but this isn't about them anymore. This is about you continuing to build this incredible foundation we saw with that 10 of Pentacles, your silence, your focus on your own growth. That's speaking volumes more than any words ever could. And speaking of that incredible foundation you're building, I just got chills because the Star card literally just jumped out of the deck. This is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. The Star comes through when divine healing is happening at the deepest levels. This isn't just surface level change. This is soul deep transformation. You know what's really interesting? The Star showing up right after we were talking about that Five of Cups energy they're in. It's like night and day. While they're stuck in regret, you're literally becoming this beacon of light. Some of you have been feeling this weird urge lately to share your story, maybe on social media or just with friends. Maybe you've even had people randomly coming to you for advice and you're thinking, why me? I'm still figuring things out myself. That's the star energy working through you. I'm getting such a clear message about synchronicities too. Have you been seeing 555 everywhere? On clocks, license plates, receipts? That's spirit confirming you're in this massive transformation phase. And with the star here, connecting back to that high priestess energy we saw earlier, your intuition isn't just growing, it's becoming your superpower. You're probably having these super vivid dreams lately, the kind that stick with you all day. That's your psychic abilities opening up in ways you never expected. I'm seeing this really clear image of you standing in your power, and it's making complete sense why this person who took you for granted is watching from the shadows. That Nine of Pentacles energy we talked about before, it's amplified now. You've created this beautiful self-sufficient life, and it's literally glowing. People are noticing. They can't help but notice. You walk into a room and the energy shifts, and you're not even trying to make that happen. The star is showing me something really specific about your living space too. Many of you have been feeling this urge to declutter, to make everything lighter and brighter. Maybe you've been drawn to crystals suddenly, or you've started studying spiritual topics that never interested you before. That's your soul calling you to create space for even more wisdom to come through. Your guides are showing me that this person who's watching your transformation, they're not just regretting losing you, they're going through their own spiritual awakening because of you. But here's what's crucial. Your guides want you to know that your role isn't to teach them directly. Your job is to keep shining, keep growing, keep embracing this beautiful star energy. They're learning just by watching your example. I'm feeling this really strong urge to pull another card for clarity about how to handle this growing spiritual influence you're having on others. Because let's be real, it can feel heavy sometimes, can it? Having people suddenly looking to you for guidance, feeling like you need to have all the answers? And I need to pull another card because I'm feeling such strong guidance coming through about this spiritual weight you're carrying. The King of Swords just flew out, and wow, this is so interesting because it's showing me exactly what's happening in the shadows with this person who's been watching your growth. They're in this intense mental space right now, divine feminine. You see, while you've been flowing with the star energy, embracing this beautiful transformation, they've been stuck in their head, trying to analyze and make sense of your evolution. The King of Swords represents this very logical, intellectual approach they're taking. But it's actually driving them a bit crazy because they can't figure you out anymore. I'm getting this really clear message that they used to think they had you all figured out. They thought they knew exactly who you were, exactly how to push your buttons, exactly how to keep you in this little box they created in their mind. But now, your growth has completely thrown off their whole understanding. They're sitting there watching you become this incredible force of nature, and their logical mind just can't compute it. You know what's really validating about this? Some of you have been feeling like you're being watched lately. Maybe you've been getting this weird feeling in public spaces, or you've had mutual friends suddenly reaching out to check in on you. That's because you are being watched, but not in a creepy way. It's more like they can't help but notice how much you've changed. I'm hearing this really specific message about advice giving too. Have you noticed lately that people are just naturally coming to you for guidance? Like you're not trying to be this wise counsel, but somehow people are drawn to your energy and just start opening up to you. That's because your star energy is literally radiating wisdom now. And the King of Swords energy is showing me that the person watching you is particularly triggered by this. They're seeing you step into this leadership role, this wisdom keeper energy, and it's making them question everything about how they treated you. I'm getting such a strong message that they used to try to dim your light, maybe through subtle manipulation, maybe through making you question yourself. But now you're literally becoming everything they tried to convince you you weren't. What's really powerful about this King of Swords energy is that it's showing me their mental crisis isn't your burden to bear. You know how before you might have felt responsible for managing their emotions or talking them through their problems. That's shifted now. They're watching you maintain these beautiful, healthy boundaries we saw with that Queen of Swords earlier. And it's forcing them to actually sit with their own thoughts and feelings. I need to pull another card because I'm feeling such a strong message coming through about protection during this phase of your journey. The guides are really emphasizing how important it is to maintain your energetic sovereignty while they're going through this mental turmoil. And as I'm reaching for these protective cards, Divine Feminine, the Hierophant has just appeared in such a powerful way. This is so interesting because it's showing me something really deep about your journey that I wasn't seeing before. You know how we were just talking about them watching you from the shadows? Well, the Hierophant is revealing that there's actually a much bigger spiritual lesson happening here, not just for you, but for everyone involved in your story. I'm getting such a clear message that your transformation isn't just about personal growth anymore. You've become like this walking lesson, this living example of divine feminine power. The very fact that you chose yourself, that you stepped into your power without needing anyone's permission. It's literally teaching others how to honor the sacred feminine energy within themselves. You might have noticed lately that people are treating you differently. Maybe they're being more respectful or they're coming to you for advice about their own healing journeys. That's because the Hierophant energy is working through you now. You're not just healing yourself anymore. You're actually helping heal others just by being you, just by existing in your truth. And here's what's really powerful about this. The person who's been watching your transformation, they're getting the biggest lesson of all. I'm hearing so clearly that they used to see your softness, your emotional depth as something they could take advantage of. But now they're seeing that same softness transform into this incredible strength, and it's completely shifting their whole worldview. I'm getting such strong validation about numbers too, specifically 5IE5 sequences. Have you been seeing these numbers everywhere? Because the Hierophant is the 5th card in the deck, and this is a huge confirmation that massive change is happening in the spiritual realm. These numbers are like little winks from the universe, confirming that you're exactly where you need to be. Some of you might be having really vivid dreams lately too. Maybe dreams where you're teaching others or where you're in some kind of sacred space. That's the Hierophant energy working through your subconscious, helping you understand just how important your journey is for the collective healing that's happening right now. The guides want you to know something really specific. They're showing me this image of a diary or journal. If you've been feeling called to write down your experiences, your insights, your spiritual downloads, do it. The Hierophant energy is asking you to document this journey, not just for yourself, but because your story is going to help others understand their own path to healing. I need to pull another card because there's something else coming through about how to handle this energy of being watched, of being studied by someone who's learning from your transformation. I'm feeling such strong guidance about maintaining your energetic boundaries during this time. And as I pull this next card, Divine Feminine, the King of Wands just flew out with such intense energy. Oh my goodness, this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about with your energetic boundaries. This King energy showing up right now. It's like the universe is highlighting how you've really stepped into your power. But it's not just any kind of power. It's this warm, magnetic, inspiring kind of authority that draws people to you without you even trying. I'm hearing so clearly that some of you have been noticing people at work or in your social circles suddenly treating you differently. Maybe they're coming to you for advice more often, or you've caught them watching you with this look of almost awe. That's because this King of Wands energy you're embodying now, it's like this perfect blend of confidence and grace. You're not just healing anymore. You're actually leading by example. The guides are showing me this really specific image. It's like you're this lighthouse, but instead of just giving off light, you're radiating this healing frequency. And the person who's been watching you from the shadows, they can feel it too. They might not even understand why they can't stop thinking about you, but it's because your energy has shifted to such a high vibration that it's actually affecting them on a soul level. I'm getting such strong validation about unexpected money or recognition coming in for some of you. Maybe you started a side project or made an investment in yourself a while back, and suddenly people are starting to notice. The King of Wands is all about creative leadership, and I'm seeing that what you've been quietly building is about to get some serious attention. You know what's really interesting? The guides are showing me how this connects back to the High Priestess and Queen of Swords energy we saw earlier. It's like you've taken that deep intuitive wisdom of the High Priestess, combined it with the clear boundaries of the Queen of Swords, and now this King of Wands is showing up to say, it's time to let your light really shine. Some of you might be having these really vivid dreams lately where you're teaching or leading others, or maybe you're finding yourself giving advice without even trying. People just naturally start opening up to you about their problems. That's this King of Wands energy working through you. You've become this natural leader, but in such a genuine, authentic way. But here's what's really important, and the guides are being super clear about this. You need to keep protecting your energy, even as more people are drawn to your light. I'm seeing some of you might feel pressured to help everyone who comes to you, but remember that Eight of Cups energy we saw earlier, that was all about knowing when to walk away, about choosing yourself. Just because you can help someone doesn't always mean you should. I need to pull another card because there's something really specific coming through about divine timing and the recognition you're about to receive. I'm feeling such a strong message about a period of public acknowledgement coming. Let me pull another card about this recognition that's coming because there's such strong energy around this timing. Oh, wow. The Hermit just came forward so powerfully. And this is really interesting because it's showing me something so specific about the person who's been watching your growth from afar. They're going through this really intense period of self-reflection right now, and it's directly connected to seeing how much you've changed. You know how the hermit carries that lantern? Well, I'm being shown that your growth is like that lantern for them. It's lighting up all the dark corners of their mind where they've been hiding from the truth. Some of you might have been feeling this weird energy lately, like someone's thinking about you really intensely. Maybe you've been getting random shivers, or their name keeps popping into your head. That's because they're in this deep hermit mode, really sitting with their regrets about how they treated you. And it's so fascinating how this connects back to that high priestess energy we saw earlier. While you've been developing this amazing intuitive wisdom, they've been stuck in this shadow work, forced to face all their mistakes. I'm actually seeing some of you have been having these really peaceful moments lately where you're just kind of sitting with yourself and feeling totally content. Meanwhile, they're in this total opposite space, feeling all restless and unsettled. The guides are showing me this really clear image. It's like you're this beautiful butterfly that's already transformed and is just floating freely while they're still stuck in this cocoon of their own making. But here's the thing. Their cocoon isn't about transformation like yours was. It's more like a timeout corner where they're being forced to watch your growth from a distance. I'm getting such strong validation for some of you. There's been this situation recently where something that seemed like a setback actually turned out to be this huge blessing. Like maybe you didn't get something you thought you wanted, but now you're starting to see why that was actually perfect for your journey. That's that 8 of Cups energy we saw earlier working in your favor. Every time you choose yourself, it creates this ripple effect. And speaking of ripple effects, let's talk about these synchronicities you've been seeing. The guides are really emphasizing the numbers 1111 and 333 right now. If you've been seeing these numbers everywhere, that's your confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. Some of you might even be waking up at these specific times or looking at your phone right when these numbers show up. The Tower energy that came through earlier is really significant here too, because while you've been gracefully building this new version of yourself, they've been experiencing their own tower moment. Every time they see evidence of your growth, maybe through social media, mutual friends, or just sensing your energy, it's like another brick falling from their tower of illusions. They really thought you'd always be there waiting in the wings, didn't they? But now they're watching you become this incredible force of nature, and it's making them question everything they thought they knew. I need to pull another card because there's something really specific coming through about the timing of all this inner work they're doing. And when I pull this next card, oh my goodness, the Judgment card just flew right out of the deck, and the energy is so intense right now. This is exactly what we were talking about with their inner work, but it's showing up on a whole different level now. This isn't just regular self-reflection anymore. This is a full-blown spiritual awakening they're going through. You know, those moments when truth hits you so hard you can't ignore it anymore? That's what they're experiencing right now. The Judgment card is all about those wake-up calls that shake us to our core, and paired with that high priestess energy we saw earlier, it's like your transformation has become the spiritual alarm clock for them. They literally can't stay asleep to the truth anymore. I'm being shown this really clear image. It's like they're standing in front of a mirror, but instead of seeing their own reflection, they're seeing all the moments they took you for granted playing like a movie. And you know what's really interesting? The guides are showing me that some of you have been feeling this weird pull to give advice to other people lately. Like people have just been coming to you out of nowhere, asking for your wisdom. That's because your energy has shifted into this beautiful, wise, feminine energy that naturally draws others to you for guidance. The angels are also highlighting something really specific. They're showing me that some of you have been having these super vivid dreams lately, maybe even dreams that end up coming true in small ways. That's your intuition getting stronger, and it's directly connected to all the inner work you've been doing. While you've been developing these amazing spiritual gifts, they've been watching from the shadows, and it's triggering something deep within them. I keep seeing the number sequence 555 around this situation, which is really significant because it's all about major life changes. And with this judgment card here, it's like the universe is saying, ready or not, truth time is here. They're being forced to face every single time they dismissed your intuition, every time they ignored your wisdom, every time they chose the easier path instead of the authentic one you were offering. But here's what's really fascinating. I'm feeling this strong energy of divine timing around all of this. Your growth wasn't just for you. The guides are showing me that your transformation is actually part of a bigger plan, like you're this divine catalyst for change. Every step you've taken in your healing journey has been creating these ripples of awakening, and now they're feeling those waves crash into their consciousness. I'm getting such a clear message that many of you have been feeling unusually peaceful lately, even when drama is happening around you. That's because you've tapped into this higher frequency of understanding. Meanwhile, they're in this intense space of realization, and the contrast between your peace and their chaos is making everything even clearer for them. Let me pull another card to see exactly how this awakening is affecting them, because I'm feeling there's more to this story that needs to be revealed. And what I'm seeing now as I connect more deeply with this energy, wow, the King of Pentacles just came forward so powerfully, and it's absolutely perfect timing with what we were just discussing. This card is showing me how your energy has completely transformed into something so grounded, so confident, but in this really quiet, magnetic way. You know, it's interesting because the guides are showing me this image of you going about your daily life, maybe just grocery shopping or getting coffee, and people are literally turning their heads to look at you. But it's not about anything you're doing differently on the outside. It's this inner glow, this quiet authority you've developed. Some of you might have even noticed people asking you for advice lately, maybe about money or career stuff. And you're kind of surprised because you weren't trying to put yourself out there as some kind of expert. I'm getting such a strong message that while you've been focused on building your own empire, whether that's your career, your home life, or just your personal stability, there's been this whole ripple effect happening behind the scenes. The guides are showing me that certain people from your past, especially this person we've been talking about, they're watching your growth through social media or through mutual friends, and it's literally shaking them to their core. With this King of Pentacles connecting to that High Priestess energy we saw earlier, it's like you've mastered this beautiful balance of spiritual wisdom and practical success. You're not just dreaming anymore, you're actually building something real. And what's really fascinating is that I'm seeing some of you have been having these unexpected financial opportunities pop up, maybe a raise you weren't expecting, or people offering you opportunities out of nowhere. That's because your energy is literally matching this King of Pentacles frequency. The guides want me to point out something really specific. Some of you have been having these moments where you'll be in a public place, maybe at work or at a social event, and you'll suddenly get this feeling that someone's watching you. Trust that intuition, because what I'm seeing is that your transformation is causing this massive energetic shift that's making people notice you in a whole new way. Remember that 8 of Cups energy we saw earlier, where you had to walk away from situations that weren't serving you. Well, now I'm seeing how that decision has evolved into this beautiful wisdom. You're not just walking away anymore. You're literally building your own kingdom. And while you're doing that, these people who used to take you for granted are sitting in the shadows, watching you become this incredible force of nature. I'm getting this really clear message about dreams too. Some of you have been having these super vivid dreams lately where you're either in a really beautiful house or garden, or maybe you're teaching or leading others. These aren't just regular dreams. They're actually prophetic visions showing you where this energy is heading. The guides are saying these dreams are like little previews of the life you're building. And there's something else coming through so strongly about divine timing here. And while we're talking about divine timing, I need to pull another card because the energy is shifting so strongly right now. The 4 of Swords has just appeared, and wow, this is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been discussing. This card is showing me that you're in this beautiful period of rest and reflection right now, and it's absolutely divinely orchestrated. I'm getting such a clear message that while this person who took you for granted is in this chaotic, frantic energy, you're in this completely different vibration. You're like this peaceful warrior who's taking time to rest and restore. Some of you might have been feeling this really strong urge lately to just be alone, to take more naps, or to just sit quietly with your thoughts. That's your guides protecting your energy right now. What's really interesting is that I'm seeing many of you have been having these really vivid, almost prophetic dreams lately. You might be waking up feeling like you received important messages, but you can't quite remember all the details. That's because your spiritual team is working with you while you sleep, downloading important information that will make sense in perfect timing. The contrast between your energy and theirs is so striking right now. While they're in this state of regret and chaos, watching your social media or asking mutual friends about you, you're in this beautiful cocoon of peace. Some of you might have even noticed that drama around you just isn't affecting you like it used to. Maybe people are coming to you with gossip or trying to pull you into situations, but you're finding it so easy to just stay in your peaceful bubble. I'm also getting that some people have been commenting on how different you seem lately. They might say things like, "You seem so calm," or "There's something different about you." That's because this 4 of Swords energy is literally changing your aura. You're emanating this peaceful, wise energy that people can't help but notice. The guides are showing me that your silence right now is actually speaking volumes. It's like you've discovered this secret that you don't need to prove anything to anyone anymore. And this silence, this peaceful withdrawal is actually making certain people, especially this person we've been talking about, really sit with their choices and actions. I'm seeing that some of you have been spending more time in nature lately or feeling drawn to create these little peaceful corners in your home. Maybe you've set up a meditation space or just find yourself drawn to sitting quietly with your morning coffee. The guides are saying this is all part of strengthening your intuitive abilities. It's like you're building this invisible shield of peace around you. And the more you lean into this energy, the stronger your intuition becomes. What's really fascinating is how this period of rest is actually making you more magnetic. It's like the less you chase, the more everything and everyone chases you. Your guides are showing me that this strategic withdrawal isn't just about healing. It's about preparing you for something bigger that's coming. They're saying that staying in this peaceful energy is crucial for your next level of elevation. And it's amazing because just as I'm getting this message about your elevation, the Queen of Pentacles appears in our spread. This is such powerful validation of everything we've been discussing about your transformation. You see, while you've been in this peaceful cocoon energy, you've actually been building something so much more substantial than most people realize. The Queen of Pentacles showing up right now is really interesting because she's coming in with this very nurturing, but also very abundant energy. I'm feeling so strongly that many of you have been making these really practical changes in your life lately. Maybe you've been organizing your space differently, or you've started taking better care of your physical health, or you're being more mindful about your money. Whatever it is, these might seem like small changes to others, but they're actually part of this massive spiritual upgrade you're going through. And you know what's fascinating? When we look at this Queen of Pentacles next to that High Priestess energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that your intuition isn't just growing stronger. It's becoming this practical superpower. You're probably finding yourself just knowing exactly what to do in situations without even having to think about it. Like maybe you've been making better decisions about who to trust, or you just naturally know when to speak up and when to stay quiet. I'm getting such a strong message that people around you are really starting to notice this change. They might not be saying it directly, but they're watching how you handle things with this newfound grace. Some of you might have had people randomly coming to you for advice lately, maybe even people you wouldn't expect. That's because they can sense this wise, grounded energy you're carrying now. Remember that Eight of Cups energy we saw earlier? That was about you walking away from situations that weren't serving you. And now I'm seeing how that decision has created this beautiful ripple effect. The guides are showing me that some of you might have felt guilty at first about choosing yourself, about setting those boundaries we saw with the Queen of Swords. But look at how that's transformed into this Queen of Pentacles energy. You're literally manifesting abundance by honoring your worth. I'm getting this really clear message about leadership, but it's not the loud, flashy kind. It's this quiet, magnetic type of leadership where people are naturally drawn to your energy. You might notice that you're solving problems at work more easily, or friends are starting to really value your opinion in a new way. The guides are saying this is just the beginning. They're preparing you for an even bigger role in helping others. There's also something really important coming through about timing right now. While others might be in this rushed, anxious energy, trying to force things to happen, you're in this beautiful flow of divine timing. You're learning that you don't have to chase anything anymore. The right opportunities, people, and situations are naturally finding their way to you. And you know what's really beautiful about this divine timing we're talking about? As I lay down the Two of Wands here, it's showing me this incredible moment you're standing in right now. You're literally at this threshold where all that inner work you've been doing is about to become visible to everyone around you. The guides are showing me this image of a butterfly just as it's starting to emerge from its cocoon. That's exactly where you are right now. I'm feeling so strongly that some of you have been getting these repeating numbers lately, especially 500 to 55 and 1100 to 11. If you've been seeing these numbers everywhere on clocks, license plates, receipts, that's the universe confirming you're exactly where you need to be. These aren't just random coincidences. They're divine signposts showing you that this transformation is right on schedule. You know, looking at this Two of Wands alongside the High Priestess and Queen of Swords energy we saw earlier, there's this really powerful story unfolding. While you've been quietly working on yourself, healing, and building your wisdom, certain people have been watching from the shadows. They might think you haven't noticed them, but your intuition has gotten so sharp lately that you can probably feel their energy. Some of you might even be getting random thoughts about specific people from your past. That's not your imagination. That's your heightened intuition picking up on their focus on you. I'm getting such a clear message that you've become this natural source of wisdom for others. People are starting to come to you for advice without you even trying to be that person. Maybe you've noticed friends or coworkers opening up to you more lately, sharing their problems, asking what you think they should do. That's because they can sense this new energy you're carrying, this beautiful blend of wisdom and practical understanding that we saw with the High Priestess earlier. The star card that came up before is really interesting when we pair it with this Two of Wands, because it's showing me that all the healing work you've been doing isn't just for you. You're actually becoming this beacon of light for others, showing them what's possible when you choose yourself and do the inner work. But here's what's really fascinating. The people who took you for granted before, they're watching this transformation with this mix of awe and regret. I'm getting such strong confirmation that some of you have been feeling unusually peaceful about past situations that used to really bother you. That's because you've risen above that old energy completely. You're not even operating on that frequency anymore. And while you're in this beautiful calm state of knowing your worth, certain people are in absolute chaos trying to figure out how to get your attention again. But the guides want you to know something really important. This moment right now with the Two of Wands, it's about staying focused on your path. You don't need to look back or try to show anyone anything. Your transformation is happening so naturally, and it's actually more powerful because you're not trying to prove anything to anyone. You're just authentically becoming more and more yourself every day. You know what's really powerful about this journey you're on? As I sit with your energy, I'm being drawn to pull another card to understand more about what's happening in the shadows with this person who's been watching your growth. And wow, the Knight of Cups just came forward so strongly, and this is really interesting timing with everything we've been talking about. This Knight of Cups is showing me that while you've been in this beautiful space of self-discovery and growth, There's been this profound shift happening with someone from your past. They started out just casually checking in on you, maybe through social media or mutual friends, but it's evolved into something much deeper. The guides are showing me this person is actually experiencing this intense emotional awakening because of your transformation. I'm getting this really clear image. You know, when you walk into a room and the energy just feels different? That's what's happening every time this person encounters your energy now, even from a distance. Your high priestess energy we saw earlier, combined with that 9 of Pentacles, has created this absolutely magnetic aura around you. But here's what's really interesting. They can't approach you with the same old energy anymore. The guides are showing me they keep drafting messages, maybe even picking up their phone to call, but something stops them every time. Some of you might be feeling this strange sensation lately, like someone's watching you when you're out in public, or maybe you've been having these really vivid dreams about receiving messages or being near water. These aren't random occurrences. They're actually confirmations of this person's intense focus on your energy right now. What's really fascinating about this Knight of Cups energy is that it's showing me their internal struggle. They're realizing that while they've maybe achieved success in other areas of their life, there's this massive void where your soul connection used to be. Your spiritual growth has actually triggered this deep spiritual awakening in them, but they're finding themselves feeling almost spiritually inadequate compared to where you are now. I'm being shown that many of you have recently felt this sudden urge to rearrange your space or clear out old belongings. This isn't just spring cleaning energy. It's actually your intuition making space for the massive energy shifts that are coming. And these random compliments you've been getting about your glow or how different you seem, that's the physical confirmation of your inner transformation becoming visible to everyone around you. The guides are really emphasizing here that your silence has been your greatest teacher, both for you and for them. While you've been focusing on your spiritual practices and personal growth, your lack of engagement with their energy has forced them to really sit with their own emotional immaturity. They're starting to understand that they can't approach you with the same level of consciousness they had before. And now, as I'm sitting with this energy, something really powerful is coming through. The World card just jumped out of the deck, and I have to pause because the energy is so intense. This isn't just any kind of transformation you've been going through. This is a complete spiritual rebirth. The guides are showing me that you've actually completed a major soul cycle, and that's why everything feels so different now. You know how sometimes you can feel when you've outgrown something, like an old favorite sweater that just doesn't fit right anymore? That's exactly what's happening with your energy right now. This World card is showing me that you've expanded so much spiritually that you literally can't shrink yourself back down to who you used to be, even if you wanted to. And that's exactly what's making this person who's watching you feel so much regret. Earlier, we saw the High Priestess energy around you, and now with the World card joining it, it's like watching the student become the master. I'm seeing that you're naturally giving wisdom to others without even trying. People are probably coming to you for advice more than ever, maybe even telling you that there's something different about the way you see things. That's because your intuitive abilities aren't just activated, they're fully powered up. The 9 of Pentacles keeps making its presence known too. And it's fascinating how it's playing with this world card energy. It's showing me that your abundance isn't just about material success. It's about this complete spiritual wholeness you've achieved. You might have noticed that you're feeling unusually peaceful about situations that would have upset you before. That's because you've mastered this beautiful art of graceful detachment. I keep seeing the number sequence 1111 and 777 coming through. If you've been seeing these numbers everywhere, that's your spirits confirming you're exactly where you need to be. And this Six of Wands energy that's been around you, it's showing me that people are really starting to notice your growth. But here's what's interesting. You're not even trying to be seen. You're just naturally glowing and it's making waves. The person watching you from the shadows, they're feeling this intense karmic pressure right now. It's like they're being forced to witness your complete transformation, and it's triggering something deep within them. I'm seeing them looking at old pictures or scrolling through past conversations, and there's this heavy realization hitting them about how much they missed out on. Your energy signature has completely shifted. It's like you're operating at a totally different frequency now. And what's really powerful is how you're handling all of this. You're not doing this transformation for anyone else's benefit or recognition. You're just naturally evolving. And that pure intention is making your growth even more magnetic. And what's really fascinating is how this transformation is affecting your ability to see through illusions now. The Ace of Swords just came forward so powerfully, and it's showing me this incredible mental clarity you've developed. It's like you've been given spiritual laser vision. You can see right through situations that used to confuse you. This isn't just regular clarity either. Combined with that high priestess energy we saw earlier, it's like you've unlocked this whole new level of understanding. I'm actually getting chills because I can feel how this clarity is making certain people really uncomfortable. You know, those people who used to be able to tell you little white lies or give you excuses, they can't do that anymore. It's like your energy is this truth serum now. People literally can't hide things from you like they used to. The guides are showing me that when you walk into a room, it's like this bright light that exposes everything. You're not even trying to do it. It's just happening naturally because your vibration is so high now. And here's what's really interesting. I keep hearing this message about silence. Your silence is actually speaking volumes right now. You don't even have to say anything anymore for people to feel your power. It's like that Queen of Swords energy we saw earlier. You've learned the power of maintaining your boundaries without having to explain yourself over and over. The guides are showing me that this is really triggering some people who used to have a certain kind of power over you. I'm seeing someone specifically who's watching your transformation, and they're really struggling with it. They keep trying to understand how you became so different, but they can't quite figure it out. It's funny because they're looking for some external change, like maybe you got a new job or moved somewhere new, but they're missing that this is a deep soul level transformation. You might be noticing more signs and synchronicities lately, especially numbers like 3 and 33 and 888. The guides are saying these are confirmations that you're exactly where you need to be, and you might be having these really vivid dreams where people from your past keep showing up. That's because your energy is so strong now that you're actually affecting them on a soul level, even in their dreams. And I'm also seeing that you're probably giving advice to people without even trying. Like people just naturally start opening up to you about their problems and wisdom flows from you effortlessly. That's because your intuition is so sharp now. You're literally channeling divine wisdom without even realizing it. And have you noticed you're experiencing more deja vu moments lately? That's because you're so tuned in to your spiritual guidance system now. The guides want you to know that this new clarity you have isn't just for you. It's actually part of your soul mission. But they're also saying it's super important to keep protecting your energy right now. Just because you can see through everyone's stuff doesn't mean you need to get involved in it. They're showing me that staying in your peaceful center is crucial while all this chaos is happening around you. Your light is literally forcing truth to the surface in every situation you touch now. It's like you've become this walking, breathing lighthouse of truth. And that's exactly why some people are finding it hard to be around you. They're not ready to face their own truth yet, but that's not your responsibility to manage. Speaking of people finding it hard to be around your truth right now, what's really interesting is how this connects directly to this King of Pentacles energy that just came forward. And wow, this really builds on that High Priestess energy we saw earlier. You've been doing all this inner work, really building your spiritual foundation, and now it's starting to show up in such tangible ways. I keep seeing this image of someone watching you from behind a screen, like they're literally scrolling through their phone or computer, keeping tabs on your success. And what's fascinating is that this person who's watching you, they're actually studying you, trying to figure out how you created this transformation. But here's the thing. They're looking at all the external stuff. They're seeing your success, your confidence, maybe even changes in how you look or carry yourself. But they're missing the whole point that this started with that High Priestess energy we talked about, that deep inner work you've been doing. The Six of Wands that came up earlier, it's like it's having a conversation with this King of Pentacles now, showing me that you're entering this phase where your inner growth is creating real, tangible success. Have you noticed more opportunities coming your way lately? Maybe people offering you chances to showcase your talents or sudden doors opening in your career. The guides are showing me that this is just the beginning. I'm also seeing numbers, lots of 888 sequences. If you've been seeing these, it's a direct sign about abundance coming your way. And 555, that's confirmation that all this transformation you've been through was absolutely necessary. You might have even been having these really vivid dreams lately where you're teaching others or giving advice. That's your higher self showing you your new role. What's really powerful is how your silence has become this force of its own. You know how before you might have felt this need to explain yourself or prove your worth to people. Now it's like you just know your worth, and that knowing is actually making others really uncomfortable, especially those who took you for granted before. The guides are showing me something really specific. It's like you're suddenly finding yourself being the person others come to for advice, even about things you wouldn't expect, like people who never valued your opinion before are now hanging on your every word. And here's what's wild. You're not even trying to be this wise guru figure. It's just naturally flowing from you because you've done so much inner work. You might also be noticing that you're feeling weirdly peaceful about money and success lately. Like there's this deep knowing that everything is going to work out. That's that King of Pentacles energy merging with your heightened intuition. You're literally becoming this embodiment of practical wisdom. The guides want you to know that this is exactly what they've been preparing you for. And speaking of that deep knowing you've developed, I just got chills because the Hierophant has appeared in such a powerful position. This is wild because it's showing me exactly how your transformation is affecting others in ways you might not even realize yet. You know how the High Priestess energy we talked about earlier was all about your inner knowing? Well, the Hierophant is showing me that you've actually become this incredible teacher without even trying to be one. I'm getting such a strong message about this. People are literally being drawn to your energy like moths to a flame, but in a totally different way than before. Before, maybe they were attracted to your light because it was beautiful. But now they're coming to you because they need guidance, whether they realize it or not. I'm seeing people in your life suddenly opening up to you about really deep stuff, maybe even catching you off guard with how much they're sharing. You might be experiencing these weird moments of déjà vu lately, or finding yourself saying exactly what someone needs to hear without even thinking about it. That's because that Nine of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, all that independent growth and self-work you've been doing, it's literally transformed you into this beacon of wisdom. And here's what's really interesting. I keep seeing the number 5555 flashing in my mind. If you've been seeing this number, it's a huge confirmation that all these changes happening around you are exactly what's meant to be happening. I'm getting such strong guidance about your dreams too. Have they been feeling more vivid lately? Maybe you're waking up with these clear messages or solutions to problems you weren't even actively thinking about. That's your spiritual gifts really opening up now. The Hierophant is showing me that you're becoming this bridge between spiritual wisdom and practical reality for people. But here's what's really fascinating. I'm seeing this image of someone watching you from a distance, and they're absolutely stunned by your transformation. This person, and I feel like you'll know exactly who this is, they're seeing you operate at this new level, and it's triggering something deep within them. They're realizing they completely misjudged you, but more than that, they're seeing the wisdom and power you carry now. It's like they're getting these harsh wake-up calls about how they treated your energy before. The guides are showing me something really specific. It's like you're finding yourself naturally solving problems that used to feel huge to you, things that would have kept you up at night before. You're now handling with this peaceful, knowing energy. That's that High Priestess working with the Hierophant energy. You've become this perfect blend of intuitive wisdom and practical knowledge. I'm also seeing this beautiful image of you standing in your truth, and it's like there's this golden light around you. People who used to try to dim your light, they can't even get close enough to try anymore. Your energy is literally too high frequency for lower vibrations to penetrate it. And what's really powerful is that you're not even trying to keep them away. It's just happening naturally because of who you've become. And you know what's really interesting about this transformation? Spirit is showing me the 10 of Wands coming through right now. And it's like I can physically feel this weight you've been carrying. But here's what's beautiful. This weight isn't crushing you like it would have before. It's almost like you've learned to carry these responsibilities with this amazing grace that's leaving people in awe. I'm getting such a clear message about your silence too. It's like you've stopped feeling the need to explain yourself or defend your choices, and that quiet confidence, it's speaking volumes. The guides are showing me how this silence of yours is actually screaming to certain people, especially someone who used to have a strong influence in your life. They're watching how you handle everything that's been put on your plate, and it's literally shaking them to their core. I'm feeling this really strong energy shift right now. It's like you've been doing all this inner work, carrying these new responsibilities, maybe even taking on more at work or in your personal life, but you're handling it with this mysterious ease that's making people wonder, how are they doing that? And let me tell you, I keep seeing this image of someone literally stalking your social media or asking mutual friends about you because they can't figure out how you've become so powerful while carrying all this weight. You might have noticed something strange lately, people coming to you with their problems, seeking your advice, but in a different way than before. It's like they can sense that you've gained this deep wisdom through everything you've been carrying. The Ten of Wands is showing me that while, yes, you're carrying a lot, it's actually building your spiritual muscles in ways you couldn't have imagined. I'm getting chills because I'm seeing this really clear image. It's like you're climbing this mountain, carrying all these responsibilities, and there are people watching from below. They're seeing how you're handling everything with such grace, and it's triggering something in them, especially this one person. I keep seeing someone who took you for granted before, and they're having these massive realizations about who you really are. The guides want you to know something really important about this pressure you're feeling right now. It's temporary, but it's necessary. It's like you're in this cosmic gym, spiritually speaking, and each burden is actually strengthening your light. You might be finding yourself solving problems that used to overwhelm you, giving advice that surprises even you with its wisdom, or handling situations with a calm that makes others wonder how you've changed so much. This Ten of Wands energy, combined with that High Priestess wisdom we saw earlier, it's showing me that you're not just carrying burdens, you're actually transforming them into wisdom. And that person who's watching you, they're starting to realize that what they thought was too much to handle in you was actually this incredible strength they weren't ready for. Your growth under pressure is literally becoming a teaching tool for others, even though you might not be saying a word about it. I'm hearing so clearly that you need to keep documenting these insights you're having, even if it's just in your phone notes or a private journal. There's something really significant about keeping track of this journey, because the wisdom you're gaining through these challenges is going to be important, not just for you, but for others too. And what's really fascinating is that as I was writing down these insights, the King of Wands literally jumped out of the deck. This is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This King of Wands showing up right now, especially after that High Priestess energy we saw earlier. It's showing me how you've really stepped into this incredible leadership energy, but in such a natural way. I'm getting such strong divine downloads about this right now. You know how before you might have second guessed yourself or looked for approval, that's completely shifted. I'm seeing you in situations where you're just naturally taking charge, but it's not coming from ego at all. It's this beautiful blend of that High Priestess wisdom we saw earlier with this King of Wands confidence, like you just know what needs to be done and you do it. The spirits are showing me something really interesting about the person who's been watching your growth. Remember how we saw the Tower card earlier, showing how their world was being shaken up? Well, this King of Wands energy is making that Tower moment even more intense for them. They're seeing you step into this power that they probably didn't even know you had, and it's like they can't look away. I'm feeling drawn to lay these cards out together. The High Priestess, the Nine of Pentacles we saw before, and now this King of Wands. It's telling such a clear story. You've gone from someone who maybe used to seek their validation to someone who's actually guiding others. People are probably coming to you for advice now, aren't they? And what's really beautiful is you're probably giving this advice without even trying. It's just flowing naturally from all the inner work you've done. The guides want me to point out something really specific here. You might be noticing that you're having more prophetic dreams lately, or getting these really clear gut feelings about situations. That's this High Priestess energy merging with the King of Wands. You're not just intuitive anymore. You're becoming this powerful spiritual leader in your own right. I'm getting such a clear message about synchronicities too. You're probably seeing a lot more of them lately. Repeated numbers, signs, maybe even people randomly mentioning exactly what you were just thinking about. This is all confirmation that you're totally aligned with your path right now. What's really interesting is how this kind of growth is affecting the people around you. Some might be pulling away because your light is getting too bright for them, while others are being magnetically drawn to your energy. And that person who's watching from the shadows, the guides are showing me that your new leadership energy is actually forcing them to face all the times they tried to dim your light or keep you small. The spirits keep emphasizing how important it is for you to stay grounded in this energy. They're showing me that you're going to be faced with even more opportunities to step into leadership roles, whether that's at work, in your community, or even in spiritual spaces. But here's what's beautiful. You don't have to force anything. This King of Wands energy is already naturally flowing through you. You know what's really beautiful about this King of Wands energy we're seeing? It's showing me that you're not just leading, you're actually becoming this beacon of light for others without even trying. And I need to tell you something. That spirit is absolutely insisting I share right now. They're showing me this image of you walking through a doorway, but as you walk through, you're literally glowing brighter with each step. It's like watching someone transform into pure golden light. I'm getting such strong chills right now because this message is so clear. All that inner work you've been doing, all those nights you spent healing and growing when no one else could see, it wasn't just about healing. You were actually going through this amazing spiritual apprenticeship without even knowing it. The High Priestess that showed up earlier was showing us your inner wisdom growing, but now this King of Wands is telling us you've graduated in a way. You might be noticing lately that people are coming to you for advice more and more. Maybe they're telling you things like, I don't know why, but I just feel like I can trust you, or something told me I needed to talk to you about this. That's not a coincidence. Your energy has shifted so much that you're naturally becoming this spiritual guide for others. But here's what's really interesting. You're probably giving this amazing advice without even thinking about it. The words are just flowing through you, aren't they? The spirits are showing me something really specific right now. They're saying some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately, like the kind where you wake up and you just know it meant something important. That's your intuition getting stronger, but it's more than that. It's like you've unlocked this direct line to divine wisdom. And you know what's fascinating? Remember how we talked about that person watching you from the shadows? The King of Wands energy is actually making them see you in this whole new light. They're watching you step into this power, and it's making them realize just how much they underestimated you. But here's the thing. You're not doing this for them. You're not glowing up for revenge or to prove anything. You're simply becoming who you were always meant to be. I'm getting such a strong message about boundaries right now, too. As you step more into this leadership energy, people are going to be drawn to your light. Some might even try to cling to you or depend on you too much. The spirits are saying it's so important for you to remember that while you're here to help guide others, you're not responsible for their journey. You can shine your light without depleting your energy. The synchronicities around this are just incredible too. You're probably seeing signs everywhere confirming you're on the right path. Maybe repeated numbers or people randomly mentioning exactly what you've been thinking about. These aren't coincidences. They're divine confirmations that you're exactly where you need to be. What's really powerful is how naturally this leadership role is coming to you. You're not having to force it or fake it. It's just flowing from all that inner work you've done. Remember the Nine of Pentacles we saw earlier? That was showing us your independence, but combined with this King of Wands energy, it's becoming something even more powerful. It's becoming true spiritual sovereignty. And speaking of that spiritual sovereignty we just talked about, divine feminine, I need to tell you something that's coming through so strongly right now. The Ace of Swords just flew out of the deck, and there's such powerful energy around this. It's literally giving me chills because it's showing me how you're finally seeing everything with such crystal clarity. You know that feeling when you've been wearing foggy glasses and someone finally cleans them. That's what's happening in your spiritual vision right now. I'm getting such a strong message about weights being lifted off your shoulders. Some of you have literally been feeling physically lighter these past few weeks. Maybe you've noticed your shoulders aren't as tense or you're standing taller. That's not just in your head. The spiritual realm is showing me how you've been carrying so many burdens that were never yours to begin with. It's like you've been wearing this heavy backpack full of other people's stuff, and you're finally realizing you can just put it down. Remember that high priestess energy we saw earlier? She's still here working with this Ace of Swords, and together they're showing me something really interesting. You've been quiet lately, haven't you? But it's not because you're holding back. It's because you're finally listening to your intuition. Your silence has become this incredible source of power. It's like you finally understand that you don't need to explain yourself or defend your choices anymore. I keep seeing this image of butterflies around you, and I'm hearing that people are noticing your transformation. They might be saying things like, you look different, or there's something about you that's changed. Some of you might even be hearing you're glowing. And what's really interesting is that this glow up isn't just about your outer appearance. It's this deep spiritual light that's shining through. Let me tell you something that the spirits are really emphasizing right now. All those times you felt responsible for fixing other people's problems all those emotional burdens you took on because you thought it was your job to make everyone else happy, that was never your weight to carry. And now that you're releasing it, watch how the Nine of Pentacles is showing up to remind you of your own abundance. It's like the universe is saying, finally, now we can shower you with all the blessings we've been trying to give you. I'm seeing 555 and 333 flashing in my mind right now. If you've been seeing these numbers, that's no accident. They're divine confirmation that this massive change you're going through is exactly what's meant to be happening. And here's what's really powerful. As you're releasing these burdens, as you're stepping into this lighter energy, the people who used to depend on you to carry their weight, they're starting to feel it. They're being forced to face their own stuff now. The Queen of Swords energy is coming through so strongly now, and she's showing me how you're naturally setting boundaries without even trying. It's like you've developed this beautiful, gentle force field. You're not being mean or harsh. You're just finally honoring your own energy, and it's causing this ripple effect around you. Some people might be struggling with this new version of you, and that's okay. The spirits are saying that's not your responsibility to manage. And you know what's really fascinating about this Queen of Swords energy we were just talking about? As I sit with these cards right now, I'm feeling such a powerful shift happening. The Queen of Cups just emerged, and she's showing me something really beautiful about your journey. You've gone from using that sword energy of strict boundaries to this flowing, peaceful state where you don't even need to try anymore. It's like you've become this calm lake that naturally reflects everything back to others. Remember that high priestess energy we saw earlier? She's working together with this Queen of Cups now, and they're showing me how your silence has become this mirror. You're not doing anything on purpose. You're just existing in your truth, but it's making certain people so uncomfortable. I keep seeing this image of someone standing in the shadows, watching you. They're seeing how you've grown, how you've healed, and it's stirring up all these feelings they tried to bury. I'm getting such strong confirmation that people are noticing changes in you. Maybe strangers are randomly coming up to ask for advice, or friends are saying things like, there's something different about you. Some of you might even be having people from your past reaching out, not even knowing why they felt so pulled to contact you. That's because your energy is literally becoming this beacon of healing wisdom. The Nine of Pentacles that showed up earlier is still resonating so strongly here. It's like you've built this beautiful garden of self-love and abundance, and now others can see what they missed out on. But here's what's really interesting. I'm seeing that someone specific has been watching your growth from afar. Every time you post something, every time you're out in public, they're paying attention, and it's literally torturing them because they're finally seeing your true worth. I keep hearing this message. They thought they were watching you, but really they were watching themselves. This Queen of Cups energy is showing me that your emotional maturity has become this kind of mirror for them. Every time they see you glowing, living your best life, it forces them to face their own choices. It's like they're finally understanding what they lost, but it's happening because you stopped trying to make them see it. I'm seeing the number 555 flashing really strongly right now. If you've been seeing this number, it's a huge confirmation. It's about major life changes. And in this case, it's showing me that your transformation is actually triggering massive spiritual awakenings in others. But here's the key. You're not doing this intentionally. You're just focused on your own growth, your own peace, and that's exactly what you need to keep doing. The cards are showing me that your silence, your peace, your emotional maturity, it's become this powerful force. People who took you for granted are feeling this almost desperate need to reconnect. But what's really beautiful is that you're not even concerned about that anymore. You found this deep well of peace within yourself, and that's what's making them realize exactly what they lost when they undervalued you. The spirits are really emphasizing that this is all part of divine timing. Every moment of your growth has been perfectly orchestrated to serve not just your highest good, but to be this catalyst for others awakening too. And what's really fascinating is how this divine timing we're talking about is showing up in such a powerful way right now. The 10 of Pentacles just came forward, and I'm getting such strong chills because this is showing me exactly how your quiet transformation has been building something so much bigger than you realized. While you've been focused on healing yourself, you've actually been laying down these incredible foundations that are going to impact generations to come. I keep seeing this image of you sitting in this beautiful garden you've built. Remember that 9 of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, but now it's expanded into this whole estate, this legacy you're creating. The 10 of Pentacles is showing me that all those little habits you've been building, all those boundaries you've set, all that inner work you've been doing, it's not just about you anymore. You're breaking cycles that have been in your family for generations. I'm hearing so clearly. They thought you were just working on yourself, but you were rewiring ancestral patterns. And isn't it interesting how people have started coming to you for advice? Maybe you've noticed lately that friends, coworkers, even strangers are drawn to your energy. They sense this wisdom in you, even if you don't always see it yourself. Some of you might even be feeling called to start journaling or recording your journey somehow. Spirit is saying that's because your story is meant to help others heal too. And you know what's really interesting? While you've been building this empire within yourself, they've been watching. The person we were talking about earlier, they're seeing all of this. They're seeing how you've taken what could have broken you and turned it into gold. The 10 of Pentacles is showing me that they're realizing you're not just glowing up. You're becoming this pillar of wisdom and strength that others are drawn to. I keep seeing the numbers 555 and 1111 floating around you. If you've been seeing these numbers, it's a huge confirmation. Spirit is saying these are signs of major transformation and spiritual alignment. Your dreams might be getting more vivid too. Pay attention to them because your intuition is getting stronger every day. But here's what's really important, and the cards are being so clear about this. You need to keep focusing on building your empire silently. I'm hearing your growth speaks louder than any words ever could. You don't need to explain yourself or prove anything to anyone. The 10 of Pentacles is showing me that you're creating something that's going to last, something stable and beautiful. Some of you might be feeling like someone's been checking your social media or asking about you through mutual friends. Spirit is showing me that your transformation is literally haunting someone who took you for granted. But, and this is so important, their regret is not your responsibility. The High Priestess energy we saw earlier is reminding you to stay focused on your own path, your own wisdom. Keep documenting your journey, even if it's just for yourself right now. I'm seeing someone writing in a journal late at night, having these amazing spiritual insights. Trust those downloads you're getting. Your intuition about certain people and situations is spot on right now. The Ten of Pentacles is showing me that everything you're building right now is creating this beautiful foundation for your future. And not just your future, but the future of everyone you're going to help with your wisdom. And you know what's really hitting me strongly right now? As I'm connecting with this energy, the Ten of Wands is coming through so powerfully. It's showing me that while you've been doing all this amazing inner work, they've been carrying this really heavy weight. It's like they're struggling under all these regrets and realizations about how they treated you. I keep seeing someone who can barely sleep at night because they're so consumed with thoughts of you and all the ways they messed up. The Ten of Wands energy is literally showing them bent over, trying to carry all these heavy feelings by themselves. And it's interesting because this connects so deeply with that High Priestess energy we saw earlier. Your quiet wisdom and growth is making them question everything they thought they knew. You might have noticed lately that mutual friends are acting a bit weird or dropping little hints about this person. Maybe you're hearing things like, oh, they were asking about you, or they seemed really interested in what you're up to. That's because they're watching your glow up from the shadows, and it's honestly becoming too much for them to handle. I'm getting such a clear message about this. Your transformation isn't just about looking better or doing better. It's about this deep soul level change that's radiating from you. Remember that Nine of Pentacles we saw earlier? That energy of being completely self-sufficient, of building your own garden of abundance. It's literally shaking their world up. They're having their own tower moment, watching you thrive without them. I keep hearing this message. They thought you needed them to water your garden, but you've created an entire ecosystem without them. That's such a powerful message. And what's really interesting is how peaceful you've been feeling about all of this lately. Some of you might have noticed you're not as emotional when they come up in conversation, or your dreams about them feel different now, less intense, more distant. The Ten of Wands is showing me they're going through something really intense right now. They're carrying the weight of every time they took you for granted, every time they chose something else over you, every time they underestimated your worth. But here's what's really important, and Spirit is being very clear about this. You don't need to help them carry this burden. This is their lesson to learn. I'm seeing someone frantically trying to find a way back into your life, but they're realizing all the old doors are closed. The High Priestess energy you're embodying now isn't just about looking different. It's about being different at your core. You've done so much shadow work, so much healing, and they can feel that shift in you. It's like they're standing outside this beautiful garden you've built, realizing they can't just walk back in whenever they want anymore. Some of you might be feeling called to reach out to them, to maybe help ease their burden, but Spirit is showing me so clearly this Ten of Wands moment is crucial for their growth. They need to feel the full weight of their choices to truly understand the depth of what they lost. Your job right now is to stay focused on your continued growth, on maintaining those beautiful boundaries you've built. And while you're staying focused on maintaining those beautiful boundaries, I'm being called to pull another card for deeper clarity about your spiritual journey right now. The Hermit has appeared, and wow, the timing of this couldn't be more perfect. This is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. The Hermit's energy is showing me that this quiet, introspective phase you're in isn't just random. It's divinely guided. I'm getting such a strong message that your silence right now is actually your superpower. You know how sometimes when you're really quiet, people assume you're not doing anything important, but the Hermit is showing me that you're doing the most important work of all. You're going within, you're connecting with your inner wisdom, and you're building something so beautiful in your spiritual garden. Some of you might have noticed lately that you're feeling more drawn to spend time alone, maybe feeling less need to explain yourself to others. Maybe you've been feeling this urge to journal more, to meditate, to just sit with your own thoughts. That's the Hermit's energy working through you, and it's exactly where you need to be right now. I'm also seeing many of you starting to have these really vivid dreams or getting these random bursts of insight about situations that used to confuse you. The Hermit is connecting so powerfully with that high priestess energy we saw earlier. It's like they're having a conversation about your spiritual awakening. While this person has been watching your external transformation, they have no idea about the profound inner work you've been doing. They're seeing the glow up, but they don't understand that it's coming from this deep soul level transformation. I keep hearing this message. What they see as your silence is actually your sermon. Isn't that powerful? Your quiet confidence, your peaceful energy, your ability to just be still and know your worth. It's teaching lessons you're not even trying to teach. Some of you might have noticed people coming to you for advice lately, even though you weren't trying to be a teacher. That's because your energy is speaking volumes without you saying a word. The Hermit's lantern is showing me that you're lighting the way for others without even trying. You might be seeing lots of number sequences lately, especially 555 and 1111. These are confirmations that you're exactly where you need to be on your spiritual path. Your guides are showing me that this person who's been watching your transformation is actually going through their own spiritual awakening because of you, but they're fighting it hard. I'm being shown someone literally pacing at night, unable to sleep because they can't understand how you've become so peaceful, so self-assured without them in your life. They're struggling because they always thought they were the one who brought light to your life. But now they're seeing that you're literally glowing from within. And what's really interesting is how naturally you're handling everything now. Problems that used to throw you into chaos, you're just dealing with them with this calm wisdom that's honestly freaking them out a little. And you know what's really interesting about that peaceful energy you're carrying now? I just pulled the World card, and it's showing me something so beautiful about where you are in your spiritual journey right now. This isn't just any ordinary transformation. This is a completion of a major soul cycle. I'm seeing this gorgeous golden light surrounding you, like you've finally stepped into this space of wholeness that you've been working towards for so long. The World card is connecting so powerfully with that high priestess energy we saw earlier, and that 9 of Pentacles that's been highlighting your independence. It's like watching the final piece of a puzzle click into place. Some of you might have been feeling this lately, like suddenly things are just making sense in a way they never did before. You might find yourself giving advice to friends and then thinking, wait, where did that wisdom come from? That's because you're not just learning lessons anymore. You're embodying them. I'm getting such strong messages about this quiet confidence you've developed. It's different from before, isn't it? It's not something you have to work at or convince yourself of. It's just naturally flowing from you now. And let me tell you, the person who's been watching your journey, they're absolutely stunned by this change in you. They're seeing how you're handling situations with this natural grace that you didn't have before, and it's really making them question everything they thought they knew about you. The World card is showing me that some of you are starting to have these really vivid prophetic dreams lately. You might be waking up with these crystal clear insights about situations in your life. That's because you've reached this level of spiritual mastery where the veil between your intuition and your conscious mind is getting thinner and thinner. I keep seeing this image of someone standing in shadows, watching you shine. They're seeing you receive recognition, maybe at work or in your community. They're noticing how people are naturally drawn to your energy now. And what's really getting to them is that you're not even trying. It's just who you've become. The World card is showing me that this person is realizing they completely underestimated your capacity for growth and transformation. You might be noticing these little signs of confirmation everywhere, like seeing 9D99 repeatedly or having random strangers comment on your energy. Maybe you've had people from your past suddenly reaching out saying they sense something different about you. These aren't coincidences. They're divine confirmations that you're completing this major cycle of growth. What's really powerful about the World card appearing here is that it's showing me you're no longer seeking validation from external sources. Remember how you used to worry about what others thought? Now you're operating from this place of inner knowing that's so solid, so unshakable. And that's exactly what's triggering such deep regret in this person who took you for granted. They're watching you become everything they said you couldn't be, and they're realizing they completely misread who you truly are. And right as I'm feeling into that powerful World card energy, I'm being guided to pull another card for deeper clarity about this transformation you've been going through. The 7 of Pentacles just came forward, and wow, this is such a confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card is showing me this beautiful moment of pause where you're finally able to look back and really see how far you've come. You know those moments when you catch your reflection unexpectedly, maybe in a store window or your phone screen, and for a split second, you don't even recognize yourself? That's the energy I'm picking up here. But it's not just about physical changes. It's this deep soul level transformation that's become visible on the outside. I'm seeing people doing double takes when they run into you now, not because you look different, but because you carry yourself differently. The 7 of Pentacles is really highlighting something specific about your journey. It's showing me how you've been quietly working on yourself day after day, maybe even when it felt like nothing was changing. Some of you might have been doing morning meditation or journaling or just taking time to check in with yourself every day. These might have felt like small actions at the time, but Spirit is showing me how they've added up to create this massive shift in your energy. I'm getting this strong message about numbers, particularly 777 or 1212. If you've been seeing these numbers everywhere, that's a direct confirmation from your guides that you're on the right path. This isn't just random. It's the universe acknowledging all the inner work you've been doing. What's really interesting is how this Seven of Pentacles is connecting with that high priestess energy we saw earlier. It's like, imagine you've been planting these seeds of wisdom, right? But instead of just growing a garden, you've actually created this whole new energetic ecosystem. People are starting to come to you for advice without even realizing why. You might find yourself saying things and thinking, where did that come from? That's your inner wisdom finally breaking through to the surface. And that person who's been watching from the shadows, the Seven of Pentacles is showing me their perspective so clearly. They're seeing all these fruits of your labor, maybe your career taking off, or this natural confidence you're carrying now, or how easily you're handling situations that used to shake you. But what's really getting to them is that they can't take credit for any of it. This is all you, all your own growth, all your own wisdom that you've cultivated. I'm feeling this really strong message coming through about divine timing. Some of you might be feeling pressured to reach out or respond to people from your past who are suddenly showing up, but Spirit is showing me through this Seven of Pentacles that there's so much power in just continuing to tend to your own garden right now. Your presence, your growth, that's speaking volumes more than any words could. You know, as I'm sitting with that energy of tending to your garden, Spirit is really emphasizing something important here. The Three of Swords just fell out of the deck, and honestly, this is such a telling card about what's happening with this person who's been watching your growth from afar. This card is showing me their heart literally breaking, but not in the way you might think. This isn't about a romantic heartbreak. This is the kind of heartbreak that comes from deep, gut-wrenching regret. I'm getting such a clear message that while you've been focused on your healing, on your growth, on becoming this incredible version of yourself, they've been going through their own kind of tower moment. You see, watching you bloom has triggered something really intense in them. It's like they're experiencing this painful awakening where they're finally seeing you for who you truly are. But it's too late. They're realizing that while they were playing games or taking you for granted, you were quietly becoming this force of nature. I keep hearing this message. I couldn't sleep last night thinking about them. This person is literally losing sleep over watching your transformation. You might not even know this is happening because remember that high priestess energy we saw earlier. You're in this beautiful space of quiet wisdom, probably not even checking their social media or keeping tabs on them anymore, but they are absolutely keeping tabs on you, and every little thing they see or hear about you is like a knife to their heart. What's really interesting is how your energy has shifted. Some of you might have noticed that you're sleeping better than ever, or you're having these really vivid prophetic dreams. That's your intuition getting stronger, your connection to your guides deepening. Meanwhile, this person is tossing and turning, haunted by the memories of how they treated you. I'm seeing people coming up to you lately, maybe strangers even, commenting on how you're glowing or how different you seem, you might be finding that problems that used to keep you up at night now have solutions that just come to you naturally. That's because you've tapped into this incredible well of inner wisdom. But here's the thing. Every time this person hears about your success, every time they see you looking happy and peaceful, it's like their tower moment intensifies. The universe is showing me something really specific. Have you been seeing the number sequence 5 everywhere? On clocks, receipts, license plates? This is a huge confirmation that this massive change you're going through is divinely guided. And while you're ascending, this person is really struggling with seeing you step into your power. Their ego can't handle the fact that you're thriving without them, that you've become this incredible force all on your own. You know what's really powerful? The way you're probably feeling unbothered by their indirect attempts to connect. Maybe they're watching your stories, liking old posts, or trying to get information about you through mutual friends. But you're in this space of such deep peace that it barely registers anymore. That's growth, divine feminine. That's what real healing looks like. And you know what's really beautiful about this whole situation? The Empress just came forward so powerfully in our spread, and she's literally glowing with this energy of pure abundance. She's showing me that all this inner work you've been doing, all those nights you spent rebuilding yourself when no one was watching, it's created this incredible magnetic energy around you. People can literally feel it when you walk into a room now. I'm being shown this really clear vision of you going about your daily life, and there's this golden light that surrounds you everywhere you go. It's like you've become this walking embodiment of divine feminine wisdom, but in such a natural, effortless way. You're not trying to prove anything to anyone anymore, and that's exactly what makes you so powerful. Remember earlier when we saw the High Priestess and the Nine of Pentacles in your spread? Well, now with the Empress showing up, it's like watching the final piece of a puzzle click into place. The High Priestess was about you developing that deep inner knowing, that unshakable trust in yourself. The Nine of Pentacles showed how you've built this beautiful, independent life. But now the Empress is showing that you've become this natural source of wisdom for others. I'm getting such a strong message that people have started coming to you for advice without you even trying. Like, maybe you'll just be having a casual conversation with someone at work or a friend, and suddenly they're telling you their deepest problems, looking to you for guidance. That's the Empress energy. She doesn't need to announce her wisdom. People just naturally recognize it. Spirit is showing me that you've been having these moments lately where you just know things, like you'll wake up with a solution to a problem you weren't even actively thinking about, or you'll have this gut feeling about a situation and later it turns out to be completely spot on. That's your intuition reaching new levels, divine feminine. And here's what's really interesting. While all this is happening, while you're literally glowing up and stepping into this incredible power, the person who's been watching you is going through their own kind of awakening. But it's almost like they're watching a movie. They can't pause or rewind. They're seeing all these amazing qualities in you that were always there, but they were too caught up in their own stuff to notice before. I'm seeing these numbers 555, 1111 showing up for you everywhere. Spirit wants you to know these are huge confirmation signs. They're telling you that all this transformation, all this growth, it's exactly what you're meant to be going through right now. You might even be feeling this urge to clear out your space, organize your life like you're preparing for something big. Trust that instinct. Your inner knowing is more powerful than ever right now. What's really profound is how you're handling all of this. There's this incredible sense of calm around you, even when things get chaotic. It's like you've found this inner peace that nobody can shake. And that's exactly what's driving certain people crazy. They can't figure out how you're so unbothered, so completely at peace with yourself and your path. And you know what's really powerful about this peace you found? The Hermit just appeared in our spread, and it's showing me exactly why all that time you spent in silence, all those moments where you felt like nothing was happening, they were actually these sacred stepping stones leading you right to where you are now. I'm getting such strong chills right now because the Hermit is literally illuminating how your patience wasn't just waiting around. It was this deep spiritual training ground. Like, remember how earlier we saw the High Priestess and the Nine of Pentacles? Well, the Hermit is showing up now to reveal this beautiful secret. During all those quiet moments, all those times you felt alone, you were actually gathering this incredible wisdom that you didn't even realize you were collecting. I'm seeing this really clear image of you sitting alone in your room, maybe journaling or just thinking, and there's this soft golden light around you. It's like every tear you cried, every moment you spent processing your emotions, it was all being turned into this pure spiritual gold. And now you're in this amazing place where wisdom just flows through you naturally. Like, have you noticed lately how people just start opening up to you without you even trying? Maybe you'll be standing in line at the grocery store and suddenly the person next to you is telling you their life story. Spirit is showing me that you've been having these really vivid dreams lately. Like the kind where you wake up and just know something important was revealed to you. And I keep seeing these numbers, 555 and 1111, popping up everywhere around you. These aren't just random coincidences. They're divine confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. What's really fascinating is how your growth is affecting others, especially those who took you for granted before. The Hermit is showing me that while you've been on this beautiful journey of self-discovery, they've been watching from the shadows, going through their own kind of spiritual awakening. But here's the thing, their awakening isn't as peaceful as yours. It's more like they're being forced to face all their shadows at once. I'm getting this really strong message about protection right now. Like, you need to be careful about your energy because as you're glowing brighter, you're naturally attracting more attention. Not all of it is negative, but you need to be mindful about who you share your wisdom with. It's like you've become this beautiful lighthouse, but you get to choose which ships you guide to shore. You might have noticed lately that random people tell you that your energy feels different. Maybe strangers look at you a little longer than usual, or you keep catching people staring when you're out in public. That's because your inner transformation is literally visible now. It's like you're radiating this peaceful magnetic energy that others can't help but notice. Spirit wants you to know that all these changes, all this growth, it's leading to something even bigger. I'm seeing you possibly starting to write down your experiences, maybe even teaching others in some way. But right now, the most important thing is to keep trusting your inner guidance. You've developed this amazing ability to just know things, to understand situations without anyone explaining them to you. That's your spiritual gifts really starting to bloom. What's really beautiful about the Hermit's message is that it's showing how your journey of solitude wasn't just about healing yourself. It was preparing you to be this light for others. But remember, being a light doesn't mean you have to share your flame with everyone who asks. Your wisdom is sacred, and it's okay to be selective about who you share it with. And while we're talking about being selective with your wisdom, I'm feeling pulled to draw another card for you because there's something really important Spirit wants to reveal about the weight you've been carrying lately. The 10 of Wands just fell out of the deck, and wow, this is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been discussing. You know how sometimes growth can feel heavy, like you're carrying this beautiful but intense energy? That's exactly what this card is highlighting. I'm seeing that while you've been doing all this amazing inner work shown by the High Priestess and 9 of Pentacles we saw earlier, you've also been taking on quite a lot. Maybe you've noticed yourself feeling more tired lately, even though you're doing really well. That's because transformation takes energy, real, actual energy. I keep hearing this message. Tell them they don't have to carry it all at once. Some of you have been feeling like you need to be perfect at maintaining this new energy, this new version of yourself, like you can't slip up or show any weakness because then people might think you haven't really changed. But Spirit wants you to know that growth isn't about perfection. It's about progress. You might have noticed lately that even when you're tired, you're still giving out these amazing pearls of wisdom without even trying. Like someone will come to you with a problem, and before you even think about it, this perfect advice just flows out of your mouth. And afterward, you might even wonder, where did that come from? That's the Empress energy we saw earlier working through you. You're literally becoming this channel of divine feminine wisdom. I'm getting such strong chills right now because I'm being shown this image of you sitting in your power, surrounded by all these burdens that used to weigh you down, but they're starting to look different now. They're transforming into stepping stones. Each challenge, each responsibility you've taken on, they're not just burdens anymore. They're becoming part of your throne. Spirit is showing me that some people around you might be feeling overwhelmed by your transformation. It's like they can't quite handle how much you've grown, how much wisdom you're carrying now. And that's okay. Not everyone is meant to understand your journey. Some people are just meant to witness it from a distance. I keep seeing this symbol of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. But what's interesting is that there are people watching this process from behind a window. They can see your transformation, but they can't touch it or interfere with it. This is divine timing protecting you, keeping certain energies at a distance while you complete this powerful transformation. Have you been feeling unusually peaceful about situations that would have stressed you out before? Like maybe something challenging happens and instead of reacting, you just kind of know everything will work out. That's because you're carrying your burdens differently now. The 10 of Wands is showing me that while you're carrying more than ever before, you're carrying it with grace and wisdom that you didn't have before. And you know what's really beautiful about this transformation you're going through? Even with all these responsibilities, all this wisdom you're carrying, you're stepping into this Empress energy so naturally. Let me pull another card to see exactly how this divine feminine power is manifesting in your life right now. The Empress has come forward again, and wow, this is such powerful confirmation. When the same energy shows up twice, Spirit really wants us to pay attention. I'm getting this really strong message about how your silence, your ability to just sit in your power without explaining yourself, has become this incredible force of change. You might have noticed lately that people are looking at you differently, not just looking, but really seeing you. Maybe you've caught people staring a bit longer than usual, or you're getting more compliments about how you're glowing or different somehow. This isn't just about physical changes, though yes, many of you are going through a physical glow up too. The Empress combined with the High Priestess energy we saw earlier is showing me that your inner transformation is literally changing how you move through the world. You're carrying yourself differently. You might have noticed that you're making decisions with more confidence, trusting your gut without needing anyone else's approval. I'm seeing this really clear image of someone watching you from behind a screen or window. Could be social media, could be literally from a distance, and they're just struck, frozen, because the person they thought they knew, the person they maybe took for granted or underestimated, has become this force of nature. And while they're watching, while they're processing their regret, you're just continuing to bloom. The Nine of Pentacles energy is still so strong here. It's this energy of complete self-sufficiency. You've built something beautiful all by yourself, and that independence, that self-reliance, it's making certain people really uncomfortable because they can't take credit for your growth. They can't claim any part of your glow up. This was all you. I keep seeing this image of a garden growing through concrete. That's what your transformation has been like, against all odds, despite every obstacle you've pushed through. And now the Tower card is showing us that while you've been building yourself up, someone else's world has been crumbling, not because you did anything to them, but because your growth forced them to face their own shadows. Have you been seeing repeating numbers lately, especially 5555 or 1111? Spirit is showing me that these are confirmations you're on the right path. These numbers are like little winks from the universe saying, yes, keep going, keep growing, keep glowing. Every time you see these numbers, it's a reminder that your transformation isn't just about you. It's triggering a wave of healing in everyone around you. You might be feeling called to share your wisdom more lately, but Spirit wants you to stay selective about where you put your energy, because right now your energy is like honey, sweet and valuable, and not everyone deserves a taste. Some people are just now realizing what they missed out on, and they might try to rush back into your life, but take your time. And you know what's really fascinating about this time of your growth? As I pull another card for more clarity, I'm seeing the King of Swords appear, and immediately I'm getting this powerful message about your mental clarity. It's like you've developed this amazing ability to cut through fog and see things exactly as they are. Remember those situations that used to keep you up at night, wondering what went wrong or why things happened the way they did? Suddenly they're making perfect sense, aren't they? I'm feeling this strong energy around your throat chakra as I look at this King of Swords. You've grown so much in your ability to speak your truth, but what's really powerful is how you're choosing when to speak and when to let your silence do the talking. Have you noticed lately that people are coming to you for advice more than usual? Maybe friends or even strangers are drawn to your energy, seeking your wisdom about their own life choices. The high priestess energy we saw earlier is still so present, working together with this King of Swords energy in such a beautiful way. It's like you've found this perfect balance between your intuition and your logical mind. You're not just feeling things anymore. You're understanding them on a deeper level. I keep seeing this image of a chessboard, but instead of playing the game, you're now able to see it from above, understanding all the moves and patterns. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the number sequences you've been seeing, especially 717 and 1212. These aren't just random numbers. They're divine messages confirming that you're exactly where you need to be. Every time you see these numbers, it's like a little nod from the universe saying, yes, you're getting it. You're seeing things clearly now. The Nine of Pentacles energy is still flowing strongly here, showing how this new wisdom you're gaining isn't just staying in your head. It's literally changing how you handle your day-to-day life. You might find yourself solving problems that would have overwhelmed you just a few months ago. It's like you've upgraded your spiritual software and there's no going back to the old version of you. And here's what's really interesting. While you're experiencing this incredible mental and spiritual clarity, others around you might be feeling more confused than ever, especially those who thought they had you all figured out. They're watching you handle situations with this newfound grace and wisdom, and it's making them question everything they thought they knew about you. But Spirit is saying it's so important right now to maintain your boundaries. You don't need to explain your growth or justify your new perspectives to anyone. You might be feeling this urge to help everyone understand what you're seeing so clearly now, but I'm getting this strong message that some revelations are meant to be personal journeys. It's like you've been given these special glasses that let you see through illusions, but not everyone is ready to wear them yet. And that's okay. Your role right now isn't to convince anyone. It's to continue trusting your own enhanced discernment and letting your actions speak for themselves. And while you've been on this incredible journey of growth and understanding, I'm being strongly guided to pull another card for what's happening in the energies around you. The 10 of Wands is showing up, and wow, the energy shift I'm feeling with this card is so intense. You know that feeling when you're carrying groceries and you refuse to make a second trip, so you load up your arms with everything at once? That's the kind of energy I'm seeing here, but it's not you carrying the weight. It's the people who took you for granted. I'm getting such a clear message that while you've been focused on your healing and growth, documented by that beautiful star card we saw earlier, others have been carrying the heavy burden of their choices. The 10 of Wands is showing me that someone specifically is really struggling with the weight of their regret. They're watching your transformation from the shadows, and every time they see you glowing brighter, it adds another wand to their burden. You might be noticing more people staring at you in public lately, or maybe you're getting random compliments about how different you look, even if you haven't changed anything physically. That's because your energy is literally radiating at a different frequency now. The star energy we saw earlier is amplifying this glow up, making it impossible for others to ignore. I'm being shown a really specific message. Have you been having more vivid dreams lately, especially dreams where you're giving advice or teaching others? This is your enhanced intuitive abilities coming through. The high priestess energy we saw earlier is working overtime, turning you into this beacon of wisdom, whether you're trying to be one or not. There's something really important coming through about the stress you might be feeling right now. Even though you're in this amazing period of growth, I'm sensing there's been some tension or pressure lately. Maybe you're feeling the weight of others' expectations or the responsibility of your own transformation. Spirit wants you to know that this is temporary and actually serving a greater purpose. You see, your transformation isn't just about you anymore. It's creating these ripple effects that are forcing others to face their own shadows. I'm being shown this image of a mirror in a dark room, and every time you grow, it's like someone turns up the brightness a little more, making it impossible for others to hide from their own reflection. The combination of the High Priestess and this Ten of Wands is showing me that while others are struggling with the weight of their choices, you're being called to maintain your boundaries. Just because you can see their struggle doesn't mean you need to lift their burdens. Your role right now is to continue focusing on your own path, letting your transformation serve as inspiration without getting pulled back into old dynamics. I'm hearing this really clear message. Their regret is not your responsibility. You might be feeling this pull to help or explain things to people who are suddenly realizing what they lost. But Spirit is showing me that their awakening process needs to happen without your direct involvement. And you know what's really interesting about their awakening process? I'm being guided to pull another card here because there's something deeper Spirit wants to reveal about your own evolution. The Queen of Cups is coming forward. And wow, the energy of this card is so different from that burden we were just talking about. This is your energy now, so calm, so in tune with your emotions, like still waters that run incredibly deep. You've done something really powerful without even trying to. While others were watching you transform, you've mastered this beautiful balance of being both soft and strong. I'm getting this really clear image of someone who used to be able to push your emotional buttons, but now it's like those buttons don't even exist anymore. Has anyone noticed lately that they can't seem to get under your skin the way they used to? That's this Queen of Cups energy working with that High Priestess we saw earlier. When these two energies come together like this, it's like you've unlocked this new level of emotional wisdom. I'm hearing really clearly that some of you have been having these moments where you just know things without anyone telling you. Maybe you think about someone and they call, or you feel drawn to send a message to a friend who you later find out really needed it. These aren't coincidences. This is your intuition leveling up. Looking at how this Queen of Cups connects with that Nine of Pentacles we saw before, it's painting this picture of someone who's not just financially independent, but emotionally independent too. You're not looking for anyone's approval anymore, are you? It's like you found this internal well of peace that no one can disturb. And let me tell you, people are noticing they can't quite put their finger on what's different about you, but they feel it. I'm being shown this really specific image. It's like you're sitting by a calm lake and the water is so still, it's like a mirror. That's your energy right now. Meanwhile, others are throwing stones, trying to create ripples, trying to get some kind of reaction from you. But the water just absorbs it all and returns to that perfect stillness. That's what's driving them crazy. Your peace is triggering their chaos. You might be noticing more people coming to you for advice lately, even people you wouldn't expect. Maybe you've been having these conversations where you say something without thinking much about it, and the other person looks at you like you just solved their biggest problem. That's because you're channeling this Queen of Cups wisdom without even trying. Your growth isn't just about you anymore. You've become this vessel of wisdom for others, even if you don't realize it. The numbers 5P5 and 11 keep flashing in my mind. If you've been seeing these numbers, it's a huge confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. This is about massive change and spiritual alignment. Spirit is showing me that your intuition is going to get even stronger in the coming weeks. You might start having dreams that feel more like messages, or getting these gut feelings that turn out to be spot on. Trust these feelings. They're your enhanced intuitive abilities coming online. And speaking of those enhanced abilities coming online, I'm getting such a powerful surge of energy right now that's telling me to pull another card. The Six of Wands is jumping out, and wow, this is major confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This is victory energy, but not just any victory. This is the kind that everyone can see. You know how we were just talking about your calm, peaceful energy? Well, this card is showing me that people aren't just noticing your peace anymore. They're noticing your success. I keep hearing they can't ignore you anymore. Someone who used to look right past you, who maybe even dismissed you or took you for granted, they're being forced to see you now. But here's what's really interesting. Your success isn't loud or flashy. It's this quiet kind of winning that's actually more powerful because it's so authentic. I'm seeing someone trying to get your attention, maybe through social media or mutual friends, but they're finding that you're not as accessible as you used to be. Not because you're being difficult, but because you've naturally risen to a new level. Your energy is matching perfectly with the Six of Wands after that Queen of Cups we just saw. It's like you've mastered your emotions, and now the universe is rewarding you with public recognition. I'm getting that some of you might be receiving unexpected praise at work, or maybe people are coming to you for advice more than ever. There's something about your presence that's becoming magnetic, but in this really grounded, authentic way. The star energy we saw earlier is still shining through too. It's like all your healing work is finally paying off in ways everyone can see. You might notice people saying things like, "You look different," or "There's something about you that's changed." They can't quite put their finger on it, but that's because this transformation is soul deep. I'm actually seeing someone literally doing a double take when they see you, like they can't believe the change in you. Spirit is showing me this image of a garden that's been quietly growing all winter, and now it's suddenly bursting into bloom. That's your energy right now. All the inner work you've been doing, all those nights you spent working on yourself while they were sleeping, it's all becoming visible now. And what's really powerful is that you're not even trying to show off or prove anything. You're just naturally glowing, naturally succeeding. I'm getting a really strong message for someone specific. You recently had to make a decision that others didn't understand, but you just knew in your gut it was right. Spirit is saying that decision is about to be validated in a big way. Your intuition is so on point right now. It's like you have this internal GPS that's guiding you perfectly, even when others can't see where you're going. The number 444 keeps flashing in my vision. That's a huge sign of angelic protection and guidance. You're being divinely supported in this success phase. Just like that still lake we talked about earlier, you've maintained your peace through the storm, and now you're becoming this beacon of light for others. But remember, you don't owe anyone access to your energy just because they're suddenly realizing your worth. And you know what's fascinating? Just as we're talking about this divine protection, this Ace of Cups literally jumps out of the deck, and I have chills running down my arms right now. This is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been discussing. The Ace of Cups is pure divine love, energy flooding into your life, but it's coming in a way that's completely different from what you might expect. I'm seeing this image of a crystal clear fountain, but instead of water flowing down, it's flowing upward, defying gravity. That's your energy right now. You've been doing things in a way that seems to defy the normal rules of how things should work. While others might have expected you to chase or pursue, you've been sitting in your power, and it's creating this magnetic pull that's absolutely undeniable. The guides are showing me something really specific. They're showing me someone who's been watching your social media, your progress, your growth from afar, and they're experiencing what I can only describe as a spiritual awakening because of you. But here's the thing, you didn't do anything directly to cause this. It's like your very existence, your peace, your contentment is triggering massive realizations in others. I keep hearing they thought they were the ones watching, but they were the ones being transformed. This is such a profound message. While you've been focused on your healing journey, as we saw with the star, in your previous energy, you've actually been holding up a mirror for others to see their own truth. Some of you might be feeling physical sensations right now, tingles on the back of your neck, pressure in your crown chakra. These are signs that you're becoming more aware of your role as this divine catalyst. The Ace of Cups is showing me that there's about to be this massive emotional breakthrough, not just for you, but for someone who's been silently observing your journey. I'm seeing someone literally losing sleep, receiving downloads about you in their dreams. They're starting to understand the depth of what they missed when they had access to your energy. You might be noticing more synchronicities lately, especially numbers like 555 and 1111. These are confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. Some of you have been feeling like you're being watched, or you'll suddenly think of someone and then hear about them from a mutual friend. Trust these intuitive hits. Your psychic abilities are heightening as part of this ascension process. The guides want you to know that this period of heightened spiritual awareness isn't just about your personal journey anymore. You're becoming this beacon of light, this living example of what's possible when someone chooses their highest path. Even the way you handle daily challenges is teaching others. People are noticing how you maintain your peace even when faced with chaos. There's something really powerful happening with your energy signature. It's like you've been completely recalibrated to a higher frequency, and it's causing this ripple effect in your soul family. Someone who once took you for granted is feeling this shift so intensely that they're actually physically uncomfortable. They can't explain it logically, but they're feeling this overwhelming urge to make things right with you. And what's really profound is that right as we're talking about this person's intense urge to make things right, the Six of Wands appears in our spread. This is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been discussing about your transformation. I'm literally getting goosebumps because this card is all about victory, but not just any victory. It's about winning through taking the high road, through maintaining your dignity and grace. I keep hearing the guides say, your silence has become your loudest message. This is so significant because while you've been quietly working on yourself, focusing on your inner garden, as we saw with that Nine of Pentacles earlier, you've actually been teaching without saying a word. You might notice recently that people have been coming to you for advice without you even offering it. It's like they're drawn to this new energy you're carrying. The Six of Wands is showing me something really specific. I'm seeing someone who used to be in your life watching you from a distance, and they're actually feeling physically uncomfortable with how much you've grown. It's like they can't sit still. They keep checking up on you, maybe through mutual friends or social media, and each time they do, it's triggering this deep, deep regret in them. I'm hearing they thought they had time. Wow, that's heavy. You might be noticing some really interesting signs lately. Maybe you're suddenly feeling the urge to clean out your closet, rearrange your furniture, or change something about your appearance. These aren't random urges. This is your energy literally making space for the new chapter that's coming. Some of you might be seeing the numbers 555 or 11 and 11 everywhere you look. These are huge signs of transformation and alignment. What's really interesting is that the same qualities they used to criticize you for, maybe being too sensitive, too spiritual, too focused on growth, are the exact same things they're now desperately seeking in their own life. It's almost like your energy has become this mirror, reflecting back to them everything they need to work on. The guides are showing me that some of you might be feeling unusually peaceful about past situations that used to upset you. That's because you've stepped into this beautiful high priestess energy we saw earlier. You're operating from a place of wisdom rather than wounds. I'm getting such a clear message that your transformation isn't just about you anymore. You've become this beacon of light for others, showing them what's possible when someone chooses their highest path. Even the way you handle daily challenges is teaching others. People are noticing how you maintain your peace, even when faced with chaos. The guides are saying it's crucial right now to maintain strong energetic boundaries because as you continue to rise and shine in the Six of Wands energy, more and more people from your past are going to try to find their way back to you, but not all of them are meant to return. Some are just meant to witness your rise from afar as part of their own spiritual awakening. I'm hearing, let them learn from the distance they created. Speaking of learning from a distance, I've just pulled the Devil card in the hidden truth position. And wow, the energy shift is so intense right here. This is showing me exactly what's happening behind the scenes with this person. You know how we were talking about them watching your growth? Well, this card is revealing just how deep their obsession with you has become. They're literally trapped in their own thoughts about you. I'm getting this really clear image of someone who can't sleep at night because they're constantly thinking about the opportunities they wasted with you. It's like they're haunted by memories of how they treated you. The Devil card is showing me that they're actually becoming their own worst enemy right now. They're stuck in these cycles of regret and self-blame that they just can't break free from. Remember that 9 of Pentacles we saw earlier? The contrast between your energy and theirs is just so striking right now. While you're out here building your empire, growing your garden, truly flourishing in your independence, they're caught in this devil energy, bound by their own choices and actions. It's almost like they're imprisoned by watching your success from afar. You might be noticing some really weird energy lately, like maybe you'll be out shopping or at a coffee shop and you'll suddenly get this feeling of being watched, or you might be having these super vivid dreams about past situations, but you're seeing them from a completely new perspective. These aren't coincidences. The guides are showing me that your intuition, that high priestess energy we saw earlier, is getting stronger and stronger. I'm hearing really clearly right now, their manipulation doesn't work on a master. That's such a powerful message, because while they might have been able to affect your energy in the past, you've done so much healing work that their old tricks just don't land anymore. It's like trying to use a flip phone to hack a supercomputer. It's just not going to work. Some of you might have noticed that random people have been commenting on your glow lately, or saying things like, there's something different about you. That's because this transformation isn't just spiritual. It's literally changing your physical energy field. The guides are showing me that some of you have even been feeling the urge to clear out old spaces or get rid of things that remind you of the past. That's your intuition, literally making space for the new energy you're embodying. What's really fascinating is that the more you stay in your power, the more their facade is crumbling. The Devil card is showing me that they're putting on this brave face for the world, acting like everything's fine, but internally they're in absolute chaos. They're realizing that what they took for granted wasn't just a person, it was a once-in-a-lifetime connection to divine wisdom and unconditional love. And that realization is absolutely tormenting them. But here's what's really important. The guides are saying you need to stay focused on your path. Keep building your empire. Keep trusting your enhanced intuition. Some of you might be feeling called to start documenting your spiritual insights, maybe in a journal or through art. That's actually a crucial part of your journey right now. Your wisdom isn't just for you anymore. You're being prepared for something bigger. And speaking of being prepared for something bigger, I was just about to pull another card when the Judgment card literally jumped out of the deck. When I tell you my whole body got chills, this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card is showing up right now to tell us that a massive shift is happening in the spiritual realm. You've been doing all this inner work, really embracing that high priestess energy we saw earlier, and now the universe is calling in what we call a divine reset. Think about when you restore your phone to factory settings. That's kind of what's happening here on a soul level. All those old patterns, those situations where you were undervalued, they're being completely wiped clean. I'm being shown this really clear image right now of someone standing in their power, absolutely glowing with this golden light, while in the distance, there are these shadows of people who just can't look away. It's like they're being forced to witness your transformation, and it's triggering something deep within them. You see, when you truly step into your power like this, it creates this ripple effect. Your healing isn't just about you anymore. It's causing everyone who's ever doubted you to question their own choices. For some of you, I'm sensing you've been having these really vivid dreams lately, or maybe you're suddenly remembering past situations, but seeing them completely differently now. That's your enhanced intuition working with this judgment energy to help you understand the bigger picture. Some of you might even be noticing numbers like 5555 or 1111 everywhere you go. These aren't coincidences. They're divine confirmations that you're exactly where you need to be. Remember that 9 of Pentacles energy we saw earlier? It's fascinating how it connects with this Judgment card because it's showing me that your independence, your self-mastery, it's actually become this powerful mirror. Every time these people who took you for granted see how well you're doing, how peaceful you've become, it forces them to face their own reflection. And let me tell you, they're not loving what they see. I'm hearing really clearly right now, the student has become the master. This is huge because it's showing me that you've learned to use your silence as power, where you might have once felt the need to explain yourself or prove your worth. Now you just let your energy speak for itself. And believe me, it's speaking volumes. The star card that came up earlier, it's still influencing this whole situation. All that healing work you did, all those nights you spent rebuilding yourself when nobody was watching, it's created this unshakable foundation. Now, when people try to come back into your life with the same old energy, they're finding that their usual tactics just don't work anymore. It's like trying to unlock a door with an old key after you've changed the locks. Your growth has literally forced these people into their own healing journey, whether they wanted it or not. But here's what's crucial, and I'm getting this message so strongly. You need to let them go through their process without getting involved. This is their tower moment, not yours. You've already done your work. You know what's really interesting about this whole tower moment they're going through? The World card just came forward and it's showing me something so powerful about where you are right now. This isn't just about them watching you grow. You've actually completed a massive spiritual cycle here. I keep hearing graduation day, like you've mastered some really deep soul lessons. Remember that high priestess energy we saw earlier? It's like she's been walking beside you this whole time, teaching you to trust yourself, showing you how to read the signs. And now with this world card showing up, it's like you're getting your spiritual diploma. I'm feeling this amazing sense of completion, like you can finally take a deep breath and really see how far you've come. I need to tell you something that's coming through so strongly right now. Some of you have been having these moments where you just catch yourself in the mirror and barely recognize your own energy. Like you look the same on the outside, but there's this glow, this confidence that wasn't there before. And I'm hearing that other people are noticing it too. You might have had random strangers come up to you lately telling you there's something different about you, or maybe people at work are suddenly treating you with this new kind of respect. That Tower card we saw earlier, it's fascinating how it connects to what's happening now. While you've been in this beautiful completion energy with the World card, they've been stuck in that Tower moment, watching everything they thought they knew come crumbling down. And here's what's wild. Every time they see you succeeding, every time they hear about how well you're doing, it's like another brick falls from their tower. I'm getting such strong messages about numbers right now, specifically 999 and 1111. If you've been seeing these numbers everywhere, that's spirit confirming you're exactly where you need to be. The 999 is about completion, endings, and the 1111 is spirit's way of saying, keep going. You're on the right path. That star card energy we talked about earlier, it's still shining so bright, but now it's different. You're not just healing anymore. You've become this beacon of light for others. I'm literally seeing people being drawn to your energy, coming to you for advice, feeling somehow safer just being around you. It's like you've become this walking, breathing example of what's possible when someone chooses themselves. Here's what's really important though, and my guides are being super clear about this. You have to keep holding your space. I'm seeing some of you actually becoming natural counselors for others, maybe even starting to understand things about people before they say anything. Your intuition has leveled up in such a powerful way. But remember, just because you can see their pain, just because you understand why they did what they did, doesn't mean you need to step in and fix it for them. What's really fascinating is how this final judgment card just came forward, and it's showing me something so profound about where this journey has led. You know how we saw that high priestess energy following you throughout this reading. It's like she was preparing you for this exact moment, this spiritual graduation, if you will. The universe is showing me that this whole experience wasn't actually about whether they would recognize what they lost. It was about you discovering your own innate power. I'm seeing this beautiful image of you standing in your full light, and it's literally making me get chills because the energy is so strong. You've done something really rare here. You've actually broken through generational patterns of seeking validation from others. I'm hearing very clearly that your silence during this transformation was actually a form of spiritual alchemy. Every time you chose not to react, every time you decided to focus on your own growth instead of their drama, you were literally rewiring centuries of ancestral patterns. That's why this had to be such a deep journey. You're not just healing yourself, you're healing your entire lineage. Some of you have been seeing the numbers 555, 1111, or 777 everywhere lately. Spirit is showing me that these are direct confirmations that you're exactly where you need to be, and I'm getting such strong guidance about maintaining this peaceful energy you've cultivated. You know, it's interesting. The more you embrace this new energy, the more you'll notice people just naturally seeking your wisdom. You've become this beautiful lighthouse without even trying. What's really powerful is that I'm seeing very clearly that your growth is actually serving a much bigger purpose than you might realize. You're part of this larger spiritual awakening happening right now, and your personal transformation is creating ripples that affect the collective consciousness. I need to share something that's coming through so strongly. For those of you feeling watched or monitored from a distance, Spirit wants you to know that this is actually part of your soul's mission. Your peaceful evolution is literally teaching others how to handle their own awakening. But remember, and this is so important, you're not responsible for their spiritual journey. Your only responsibility is to continue honoring your own inner wisdom. You know, as I sit with your energy, I'm feeling such a deep connection to your unique spiritual path. Your situation has so many layers and complexities that we've only begun to explore in this general reading. If you're feeling called to dive deeper into your personal journey and receive more specific guidance, I do offer private readings through my Patreon. And please subscribe for more spiritual guidance as we continue walking this path together. Remember, you're part of a soul family here, and we're all supporting each other's growth. Just know that wherever your path leads next, you've already achieved something remarkable. You've turned pain into wisdom, silence into power, and loss into spiritual mastery. Keep shining your light. The world needs your transformed energy more than ever.